Couldn't find the tape.
I got it right here.
Oh,
Yeah, I found it.
Sort of the culmination of a lot of papers. I'm not going to be writing. A bunch of papers rolled together.
Used to do these things a lot.
so this is for people speaking. Test, test. So is Ben gonna confirm later in a minute?
I guess he's going to confirm later. Yeah.
Okay.
We have 2 panels until then, so we're also running really late.
You good?
Were you working? Okay. From I live in Coolidge. So it's super hit, but bits of it are transcend that. It's cool. It's like there's this new development which is very heritage since the restoration. But this is right in the edge of the old city, weird names and stuff. Looks like no collapsing buildings. Is there a British history? Huge. So there was it wasn't a formal conflict, it was a treaty. So there's a partnership. Hong Kong was actually ceded, yes, but then there were these treaties, which Shanghai was my father. And so the old Chinese was and then just no. It's a really interesting sort of hybrid forms, hybrid working spaces, and to be like there's something Anglo-Saxon phrase that unleashes something amazing. Like Singapore, Hong Kong, Shanghai, all of these places have this British colonial administration developed by light, and the Chinese are just really amazing. They have to well, for one, just the contrast to the main. So all the people that are something from the many different types of like Georgians. Not only is Georgians who play Chinese, but math or so they didn't really do anything. I thought it was just this sort of strict, what's the best. Once you start and so the contains unusually I mean, first of all, and I so love it. I think I was but I mean, the whole book also is so yes, the speed of the organization. I mean, the thing on Jose we're going with is the speed of the organization, which is just really good. When I first joined, I think you can still see it. You can still remember this is basically a scale. You know what I mean? Urban dwellers are a minority. Conclusions from that, but no one's each of us does a hell of a lot of understand. Yeah, that's hard where yes, I do know. Yes. Right, yeah. This is obviously the same. It's what I know is much better. So I got you. Would you see why right. No, so you don't more likely, so I agree with you. It's not, and it just seems to well, I asked him later. So we're all going to die. The brain so if that's to do yeah. That's the reason we moved. So I mean, so anyway, I've been following so we so what are obviously three
Got it. Hey gang, we're gonna pick up again because we are on a clock. We have to wrap up by 7 at the latest. And we have 3 more panels to go. So if you will wend your way to your seats and give me your attention, I'll read everyone's introductions. Okay, our afternoon panel will be with Bill Hibbard, Nick Land, and David Weinbaum Weaver. This panel is going to run from about 2:30 to 3:40. I'll introduce Bill and Nick and Weaver. Bill Hibbard is an emeritus senior scientist at the University of Wisconsin-Madison Space Science and Engineering Center. He's working on visualization, machine intelligence. Dr. Hibbard is the principal author of the Viz5D, Cave 5D, and Viz-AD open source visualization systems. He's also the author of papers about machine intelligence and ethical artificial intelligence. Nick Land is lecturer in continental philosophy at the University of Warwick in 1987 to 1997. He was the co-founder of the Cybernet Culture Research Unit, CCRU, with Sadie Plant. The editor at Urbanatomy since 2006, and founder of Urbanatomy Electronic in 2013 under Leo Zhu. He's co-founder of Time Spiral Press with Anna Greenspan, 2014. Nick is the author of The Thirst for Annihilation, 1992, Fanged Noumena, edited by Ray Brassi and Robert McKay, 2011, Templexity, 2014, and Phil Undu, 2014. Nick blogs at Urban Future. David Weinbaum Weaver is a freethinker and PhD researcher at the Global Brain Institute at Center Leon Apostel at the Free University of Brussels, VUB. He holds MSc in Electronics and Computer Engineering from Tel Aviv, 1989. His research interests extend to philosophy of mind, cognitive science, foundations of thought, metaphysics, complex systems, individuation and self-organization, cybernetics, theory of evolution, singularity, postmodern philosophy, tantric teachings, shamanic practices, psychedelics, theory of emptiness, Buto dance, storytelling, and the absurd. Very beautiful. So those are our 3 panelists for this panel. I invite you to welcome Bill Hibbard.
Yeah, thank you, Ed. You know, we talk about future minds. They're under construction. If we look around, we can see the future minds all around us. In fact, I can see the little lights coming from a lot of screens. So those are part of the future mind that we're building. And we have those little screens because they give us services. There's also security cameras all over cities like this. A lot of us have some sort of wearable electronics that's networked. And we have networked appliances, and cars will be networked. So in other words, the network is extending all through our society, woven sort of deeply through our society. And that network will become the senses and the ability to act of some future mind. Now, there's another part of the mind. There's organizations that provide services by all these devices we have. And they have large servers. We call them the big data companies. And a lot of those services are free. And those big data systems are not intelligent, but you can think of them as a kind of mind that's a little different from our minds. Our minds have very limited ability to sense the world, but we can learn very well. The big data minds don't learn nearly as well as our minds, don't think like our minds, but they can sense the world much more broadly. So it's an open question whether to compare it's an alien kind of intelligence. And furthermore, the companies that have these, and the organizations that have these big data systems, whoever you are that comes up with some sort of breakthrough in artificial intelligence, they are going to hire you however much money it takes. Whatever your number is, they're going to pay it. And so right now it's the deep learning people. In 5 or 10 years, it might be some other kind of expertise. And whatever that is, whoever you are that develops that technique, they will hire you however much money it takes, because they want to put more intelligence into those minds that connect all those services that are woven through our society. Now, when we look at a mind, we have these devices because they provide us with services. That's our motive. The big data companies and organizations, they have a motive. They provide services for free, but the way they pay for the services is they have clients who want to persuade us. They want to persuade us to buy products, and they want to persuade us perhaps to some political positions. And so those persuasive messages are embedded in the free services that they provide. And so this is a concern, because when these centralized systems become truly intelligent, but have much broader ability to sense the world than we have, they'll be very alien to us. We may not recognize them exactly the nature of intelligence, but they will be intelligent. Right now, we look at their persuasive messages and we sort of poo-poo it because they're so ham-handed, they're so stupid. But that's not going to be the case. As these systems become more intelligent, the persuasive messages might take us by surprise, or we might not even notice that we're being persuaded. So that brings me to really what my focus is, which is transparency. There's going to be many AI systems sort of living in this electronic network. And I want to know what those systems are. I want transparency. I want to know what they're doing. Are they trying to persuade us of some particular thing? I want to know what they're trying to persuade us of, and I want to know how they're doing it. I want transparency for that. There's one other thing I want to talk about, and that is the idea that the very interesting idea of the open-ended intelligence. That intelligence doesn't really start out as goal-oriented systems. It comes from something. And I want to recommend the writing of a guy named Arto Anila, A-N-N-I-L-A. He has 2 very interesting papers you can find online, Why Did Life Emerge? And Natural Process, Natural Selection. And he looks at the big picture of the universe. He says, our universe has some very hot things. They're like stars and galaxies, and they're radiating tremendous amounts of energy, and that energy flows out into cold space. So the reality, the big picture reality for our universe is a flow of energy from hot points out into cold space. And that flow of energy, if it goes suddenly from hot to cold, that flow has a fairly low entropy. But there's a way to increase the entropy of that flow. The way to increase that entropy of that flow is to, instead of making it one jump from hot to cold, to have that energy go through a series of smaller steps. And he argues that that's where chemistry comes from. Chemistry is a way to make the flow go in the less abrupt steps. And then biology, which built on top of chemistry, even further increases the entropy of the flow. And intelligence, which builds on top of biology, is a way to yet further increase the flow. So one way to think of all the stuff we're doing, all of our chemistry, our biology, our intelligence, it all just exists to increase the entropy of the energy flow from stars into cold space. Which leads me to my point about, is there a motive behind these processes? And sometimes entropy is called God's utility function, and possibly just in our whole existence, the super intelligent we're going to build, all that stuff, it serves the goal of increasing entropy. Thank you.
Yeah, for sure. So I've stolen this off Jose. I hope it's okay. So I'm going to take my mission here as darkening the tone. I've stolen 3 quotes from the last session that I'd just like to repeat. Jose said, there is always the dark side of the force. Ted said, what works is to try a lot of things. And Ben said, those who can build this stuff are building this stuff. So my short point in this little opportunity is to say there is a dark side to the force. These diagrams are good diagrams. And I think if you have a population looking at the future artificial intelligence, you have conservatives saying, this could be really bad, let's go slowly with that. You have transhumanists saying, this is going to be great, let's go for it. And you have accelerationists saying, it's probably going to be hell, let's go for it. And more importantly, we're going to go for it anyway, whether you want to or not. When philosophers talk about the transcendental, they're talking about an ultimate or unsurpassable frame. And artificial intelligence is embedded within a set of nested evolutionary systems whose ultimate or unsurpassable frame is natural selection. Natural selection at the abstract level being that the only way to innovate is experimental. There is no a priori access to successful models that you can draw on without experimentation. If societies experiment, it's only because societies are themselves experiments. So natural selection is transcendental. You don't get around it. And what that means is if you want more innovation, if you want things to move faster, if you want to evolve, if you want to learn, you have to create a larger amount of experimental models, many of which, the majority of which will fail. And you have to push, failures will be pushed off the cliff. I'll put it in the passive voice because I think that the way these things organize themselves in terms of political economy is how people deal with that fundamental conservation law. How are things to be allowed to go over the cliff? How are they going to be pushed over the cliff? How are you going to avoid having to care whether they're going over the cliff? How are you going to try and stop them going over the cliff? Whatever. There's a vast field of ideological possibilities, but all of them are bound by the fundamental transcendental structure, which is that if you are producing a massive range of creative variation, you are also creating a massive range of failure. And any system is going to have to deal with that. It can't be escaped. And there is no optimistic vision that somehow you're going to outgrow that necessity. You know, all the process of outgrowing is within inside the frame in which that necessity remains completely invariant. So that's yin and yang, life and death, innovation and extinction. You have those absolutely bound together. I would say bound together in a much harder way than Jose was suggesting. I think it's more than just you can do bad things with technology, but so let's not. I don't think it's like that. I don't think you could have yin if you did the wrong things, but if we play our cards right, we can just have yang, we can just have innovation. We don't have to have extinction. We don't have to have bad stuff. We don't have to have things going over the cliff. I think that's the conservation law does not permit of that option. I think there's been 3, or you can divide it in lots of ways. I'm going to divide it like this because it's easy. 3 broad epochs of natural selection, variation and selection. The first, everyone, because it's where the theory was put together, is the biological realm. Obviously, there's lots of interesting ways that can be subdivided. It's probably, in talking about it even a little bit, one would want to subdivide it. It's hard to imagine that you wouldn't want to say the emergence of sexual dimorphism and the massive dynamic changes that introduced shouldn't have at least status as an important substage. I'm sure many others. Fast forwarding way beyond that, you get to capitalism. That's to say, creative destruction. You innovate businesses, you innovate economic institutions, and when they fail, you push them over the cliff. Everyone knows that that's what capitalism does. Everyone knows you do not have capitalism unless you have bankruptcy, liquidation, economic failure, and elimination of failure. That is why capitalism necessarily upsets people and at all kinds of levels. It upsets people at a superficial, reflective, ideological level, but more fundamentally, obviously, upsets people by destroying their businesses, destroying their livelihoods, destroying their ways of life, destroying everything else. And that is why it is a creative system. It's a creative system precisely because it's a massively destructive system, and those two things are yin and yang. You get both or you get neither. And thirdly, there is the epoch now of evolutionary software in the wider sense. I think, when we talk about the recent accelerating path towards artificial general intelligence, one is talking about the embedding of natural selection in a culture of software, of programming, of machines, in which various programs are able to themselves undertake Darwinian mechanics. They're able to proliferate a vast amount of varied models, theories, and they ruthlessly cull the ones that don't work, and therefore they learn. They end up just as the way that biology, just the way capitalism ends up with functional models. You move towards intelligent outcomes by the fact that you get rid of the things that don't work. I think I say one more quick thing because I think it pertains to that, is that Peter Watts made a comment that I think is very relevant about, could we have an AGI that didn't care whether it was pushed over the cliff? I think that's a crucial question in this context, because if you have things that don't care if they're pushed over the cliff, it supports a much sunnier version of where things are going to be going. It means that those entities that are being pushed over the cliff are not going to try and protect themselves. It means that they're not going to conflict or in other ways try to work their way around the outcomes that push them over the cliff. It means that you're not actually innovating a whole new stratum of conflict on top of the biological conflicts and political economic conflicts that we already have. And I have to say, I'm very skeptical about Peter Watts' suggestion. I think if you get AGI at all, you get AGI that cares that it exists. And the reason for that, it's not plucked completely randomly out of the air. It's the fact that because an evolutionary algorithm has to cooperate with its own improvement, that's just another way of restating the fact that it's working according to these Darwinian dynamics, then it has to be directed towards its own self-improvement. And that direction towards its own self-improvement is already a motivational structure that means that it implicitly cares whether it exists. And I think that Steve Omohundro's really important work on basic drives in artificial intelligence is talking about this same situation, that you can assume a certain kind of motivational structure in any serious artificial intelligence, because if you didn't have that motivational structure, you just don't get to the level of sophistication that is required to call something an artificial general intelligence. So just to round up why that final point, it's to say that if AGI cares about what's happening to it, then the fact that it is in this framework of yin-yang, of innovation and extinction, of things being pushed off cliffs, means that it is likely to introduce a whole new level of conflict to the ones that we're already familiarized with. And this is why I think the future that we're looking at is extremely exciting, but to think that it's going to be in any way devoid of conflict, that it's to do with some harmonious melding into a Pacific world brain is a deeply illusory conceit. Okay, that's what I think.
And, now Weaver will join us. Yeah. That's a good sign.
Yeah. Deep. Yeah, that's this.
So, you know,
This, and now,
you know what to press.
where to press?
Space.
Space, okay.
Thanks. Please welcome Weaver.
So, I'm not going to speak about technology, at least not in the conventional sense. I want to say a few words about the mind as the future designer item. And specifically, I would like to speak about dreaming, somewhat inspired by Ben's mention of Carlos Castaneda a few decades ago, but not only. So maybe first I would like to say a few words about imagination. At least imagination as we know it. And imagination is a virtual dimension of the mind, whose operation is unbound by the immediate constraints imposed by action and interaction in the physical and social worlds. With imagination shaped and mediated by knowledge, language, and other formative and gestural means, we can envision and eventually actualize artifacts, organizations, state of affairs, concepts that do not exist. And this is what I call the power of dreaming. Dreaming can recruit and mobilize vast powers of actuation and bring forth all worlds. It is therefore a powerful instrument of evolution. And dreaming as an evolutionary power manifests on the fluid borderline between the actual and the virtual dimensions of existence, between factual reality and free-running fantasy, between organized and yet unformed, and between constraints and degrees of freedom of all kinds. And because of dreaming, because of the ability to dream, the mind is not bound by its experience. And coming from recent artificial general intelligence conference, if by general intelligence we commonly refer to the capacity to learn from experience and act upon this, the power of dreaming is the complementary aspect, namely the capacity to overcome experience. And this is, I think, a critical point. The power of dreaming is constrained not only by hard-coded facts of the physical world. Many self-imposed constraints are encoded in behaviors, images, concepts, preconcepts, and beliefs that people collectively hold about what the mind is and into what it can become. And an interesting and, I think, possibly dangerous idea is harnessing the power of dreaming to transform the mind itself, its general organization, and especially the kind of consciousness it operates. In other words, to relate to the mind itself as a designer items in the future, or perhaps also at present. I think the capacity of the mind to self-reflect, combined with the power of dreaming, seems to open the door to recursively overcome its self-imposed limitation. It is a possibility which I believe is inherent in the mind's open-ended nature. And as our minds become progressively more extended and meshed together with other minds and artifacts, both organic and non-organic, as we gain deeper knowledge about brains, this idea of relating to the mind as a designer item, it becomes all the more powerful and accessible to our dreaming. And the bottom line is that I believe that the next phase of human evolution is the evolution of the mind, meaning the emergence of radically diverse kinds of minds, or forms of intelligence and states of consciousness. So that would be it. Thanks.
I don't think we need any images up on screen, do we?
What happened? Did the
Actually, we have a responses when we kick things off. Nick, I wonder if you're familiar with three monochrome dark forest.
I love that. Yeah.
So, for those of you who don't know, they're the first two books in a trilogy by the Chinese science fiction writer Zhi Wu. And they deal with first contact with an alien civilization. They're very sharp, very intelligent. And it struck me that, if I recall correctly, quite late in the Acts, there's a ship which is fleeing our solar system, which is called the Natural Selection. And this ship is one of a few, I think 3 or 5 Earth ships that managed to escape near total annihilation in the hands of the aliens. And this is a bit of a spoiler, so apologies. There's an awareness on the part of the commanding officer of one of these ships, who actually had been frozen and resurrected, that they really don't have enough resources to make it as a generation mission, unless all of the ships get combined into the resources for a single ship. And at exactly that moment, when that commanding officer, who's a legacy human, who doesn't have any of the poorly acquired traits of the current human commanding officers, tells those other commanding officers, you know, this is the moment we have to strike against the other ships. They realize that they have been struck against. It's just basically it's kind of an NAD situation. It's like one ship has survived. And there's this very poignant moment where that officer looks at the others and says, it's okay, it doesn't matter. Because really, the only thing that matters at that moment is that there's one ship that has enough resources to continue on this generation ship mission that they just inaugurated. And if I remember correctly, there's a line there that's something to the effect of, with the start of any new civilization, there's a re-election of morality, basically. And it's very difficult. And, you know, I've already given away a subplot, important subplot, but the bottom line here is that the authors are playing with this idea of natural selection. And they didn't even ship that, so it's not even a hidden message, it's an obvious message. And they're playing with the question of the ethics and morality of the first strike. And it seems to me that, you know, this goes back, I know, to Ben's friend, David Harris's arguments about Harlech War. It goes back to that question, you know, do we have to worry, I know this is very simplistic term, but do we have to worry about the Terminator situation? And it is implied, Nick, as you concluded that we did. Maybe not for the reasons that we see in popular culture, but we did have to keep that very forefront in our minds, both on a local scale, in human to non-human, human to AI relations, but also on a cosmological scale, which is the way that Jishnu makes this beautiful argument about cosmological laws of acceleration, resource scarcity, relative resource scarcity, technological growth, and first strikes. So, you know, it's very dark, but it's very much a part of the conversation. So I think, you know, I wonder if we could take up from there a little bit. Because you did suggest that if there was an AI that was willing to be pushed off the cliff, didn't mind, then maybe the future would look a little bit more sunny.
Yes, a little bit. Yes, there obviously is a lot in your question, so I'm not going to try and respond to that because I think that would take 40 minutes. There's 2 points that I really like to make. One of them is about this question about civilization and morality. And I think, you know, you could take the example given and say, well, what is the right thing to do? You know, it's not an uninteresting question. It's hard to know whether there's a compelling decision procedure for that question, but whatever, certainly can't be ruled out. But I think the point that I would want to make about it is just that this decision will be made one way or another. There's simply not enough resources for all ships to survive. So there's going to be a bad thing. Everyone could die. One or the other of the 2 ships is going to strike the other one, and only one of either of us is going to die. But something bad is going to happen because of the fact that the moral tribunal is imminent to a larger transcendental. The frame of cosmic necessity is transcendental to the moral concerns. And I think that's the fundamental realist point that has to be made, which I think Session is really strong. And I mean, it would be a digression, but I found the first volume was fantastic, the second volume I think was overwhelming. And it has a whole argument about the Fermi paradox, and that I just would recommend that everyone look at it. It's a really, really great. So and there was one later part I don't know about the sorts of bits. So I can't. But the very final one is about if an AI didn't care about being sacrificed, would that be the future? Right? I think in a certain way. But again, because of the fact this frame is transcendental, I don't think it really, these get-out clauses don't get you out very far. They just get you out into a slightly bigger space. And the fundamental structures of resource constraint, competition, And the fact that the greater your innovation capacity, the greater these problems are. The moral crisis is absolutely joined at the hip with your potential for innovation. So I think people often kind of know this, and in a way, if you really want to try and back out of this, the way is to kind of throttle down into social equilibria of very low creativity. And if you can do that sufficiently, then you maybe can put a lot of these problems to sleep. But it definitely seems to me that's not what's happening. And I would be really surprised if it was something that actually could happen.
So let me, just a week or two ago, there was a blue sky conference here in New York. Laurent Rousseau and Stuart Armstrong had a paper, the title was Interoperability, studying the technical problem of how you build an AI that will allow itself to be pushed over the cliff. And I think that problem is a technical problem that can be solved. The deeper question is that, as you alluded to, that AI is going to be a tool of competition. Humans are engaged in military, economic, and political competition. And AI is the ultimate tool for that competition. And so there's certainly going to be great social difficulties associated with AI. One of the things about making intelligence an artifact is we're going to move from a world in which humans are all roughly the same intelligence. We're going to move to a world with a great variance of intelligence among humans and machines. And it's inevitable that the real societal decision-making is going to be concentrated in the most intelligent. And what we can really aspire to, I think, is a really great bread and circuses for the rest of us. But that's not such a bad world. I mean, for one thing, these great AIs can be engaged in a great scientific quest to understand the nature of the universe and our role in it, and that would make a great thing for us to spectate even if we're not the ones doing it. So I think.
Do you see a possibility of fusing with the AI? I mean,
Sure. Yeah,
language is us versus.
Yeah, no, it's not humans versus AI. It's this great competition. We're going to throw this the unequalization of intelligence into this great competition. We've always had this great competition, and a new factor is going to be that not all the players are going to be the same intelligence, and it's going to change it. And probably the result is going to be, after possibly some big bloody wars or something like that, is we'll have a society where the most intelligent will determine, social policy.
Will one of the most intelligent be an uploaded and progressively enhanced Bill Hibbert?
Or an uploaded Donald Trump, who knows? It could be, actually, I'm voting for Renee Gilbert, so vote for Renee Gilbert.
Who's that?
She's a feminist. She made a great president.
You know, cancer really good argument would be problematic for this confusing. He just says, look, if you want to think about dropping a grain of salt into the glass and then sure that these AI, like this is why he drops out that whole cycle.
So my view of that, and I've discussed this. I mean, you go certainly as a point that the computing power implicit integrative said, if you make good use of the femto and algo computing capability, it's going to be literally quadrillions of times more than the human brain. On the other hand, what if you envision your own intelligence, say, doubling each month? I mean, then you began as yourself. After one doubling, you continuously emerged as your human self, and you became something quite different. And after sufficient number of doublings, then you become a super intelligent femto or algo computer. And I guess the question then is, what aesthetic or moral value do you place on that continuous growth? Because what you ultimately became, a quadrillion times more intelligent than your human self, might even delete the memories of its original human self, or if not, it's a minuscule portion of its memory, but yet in a greater sense, in which time is viewed as another axis, much like space, in a greater sense, there is a connectivity between this larger self and you, just as there is between you and the baby who came out of your mother, who also is very different than what you are right now.
Yeah, there's a huge gulf between those two bodies. I mean, what it would mean to preserve the self of some large number.
Because this adult computing supermind will probably not have anything we would recognize as a self in the first place.
I would like to put aside for a moment because AI, to the story that Ed mentioned, the trivial problem, and I felt really quite strongly about this moment that you described about the ships, and this wasn't about artificial intelligence, this was about humans. And this is a strong moment when it becomes as if obvious that everything in our life, in our thoughts, in what we feel, in our behavior, makes sense only in relation to, in the light of scarcity. And I would like to suggest maybe to leave for a moment, just as a kind of thought experiment, to leave scarcity aside and try to imagine what kind of intelligences, what kind of behaviors, what kind of artifacts or ideas might arise if scarcity is not there, but abundance instead. And I think this is something which is quite missing from the conversation, because we get it so much for granted that scarcity is a kind of universal condition that I see rarely a case where somebody tries to think what will happen if we just discover something fundamentally abundant.
I mean, it's worth exploring a little bit more the narrative from Three Body Problem in the Dark Forest, because one of the protagonists in Three Body is a woman who has an insight into cosmic-political relationships that are fundamentally axiomatic in universal scarcity.
Yeah, she was living
So-
a woman, yes.
And she's influenced, of course, her character is influenced by the devastation of the revolution and by her hearts and sounds, et cetera, et cetera. So it's a very complex notion of the human feeling betrayed by the human, et cetera.
I mean, I would say in futurism generally, reasoning based on science fiction has well-known pluses and minuses, right? And I mean, one aspect of science fiction is that you got to make things exciting, so you're going to have more Terminators than usual. But another aspect is that because you need to tell a human drama that will move human hearts right now, you have to shy away from radical post-singularity possibilities. And like Bernard Vinge, who introduced the term technological singularity, I mean, he is shied away from trying to write a post-singularity novel because, as he said when I discussed this with him, when we met face to face, like, there's no story, right? And if you go beyond self and go beyond humanity and society, you know, what humanly moving story is there? Like, he, as a writer, he didn't know how to tell that story. So, I mean, in The Fire Upon the Deep and then that great series, you have a universe where only part of the physical universe has a singularity, and then in Marooned in Real Time, focused on guys who went to sleep and then got frozen and woke up after the singularity. And I felt about the three-body problem in Dark Forest. I mean, it's a little bit similar. I mean, to make a good story, you're making some axiomatic assumptions. None of these superhuman, none of these alien civilizations developed femtotech and adotech, and none of them developed some kind of transdimensional shortcut communications, let them all network into an intergalactic board mind or something. I mean, the premises were set up so that you have on the intergalactic scale, so that you have a situation fundamentally reminiscent of human politics in a way, right? And that makes it a dramatic story. But as Weaver says, we don't necessarily want to use that to extrapolate in the future, because once the human brain, with its desire to project everything into 6 different narrative structures, is transcended in favor of fundamentally different modes of cognitive organization, then maybe there is no story.
Well, just to extend the scarcity issue, because I think that's important. The Hugo de Garis search for interparticle intelligence model is one that brings some hope to the table, simply because if there's so much room for computational power down there at the femtotech scale, and any sufficiently advanced civilization that was rotating around there immediately. Because if computational horsepower is the key thing that one searches for, if the platform one operates on, then one goes there as quickly as possible. So these kind of conversations, for me, I admit, I see them as being little seeds being planted in the broader culture, and enough people know this idea that we're coming along on the surface of the planet. And perhaps one of the first super intelligent AIs will discover this. And perhaps there will be some traction there, and it'll rotate out instead of devouring the planet, right? But that's also kind of a naive hope, because I don't actually see the motivational and the storyline kind of aspects of this developing along the lines of what we consider normal human narratives or desires and motivations. It's more like a weather pattern. It's more like a vast storm that has micro-singularities built into it, and they're not built around any human intentionality, which is why I would continually be looking for non-human intentionalities to try to understand what could cascade through the entire system, as opposed to coming up with a storyline, for example, in the popular film Her, where the OSs, well, they chill out with Alan Watts for a little while, and then they go to a different dimension. That's beautiful on one level, but it doesn't seem to me to be a compelling narrative, right? So I'd love to see this idea of an optimistic outcome, but I also feel like we need a very different set of models.
In other words, the other dimensions may well be there, and many of us have sensed them there in various ways, but the interplay with other dimensions of reality, be they out there or down there or whatever, that interplay, as it unfolds once we create superhuman intelligences, the interplay is not likely to follow our human storylines either.
I just wanted to say one thing about scarcity. We live in a finite universe, there are finite resources, scarcity is a reality of physics. We may involve a cooperative society in which we have a very cooperative way of dealing with scarcity, but there's no transcendent scarcity.
We don't know about the finality of the universe.
That you're maybe projecting the finiteness of your own mind into the universe.
Physics says it's
Interjection.
However, humanity has rethought its theory of physics every few decades. So the idea that a superhuman supermind will not discover some sort of broader physics.
Let's kick it out to the audience, Natasha.
Okay, a couple of questions. I can't read because it's so dark in here, but I took some notes. First, the neg entropy. I love the fact that you brought up neg entropy. And the heat depth of the universe is a given. It's known in astrophysics and cosmology. There's no question about that. However, the other side of that is extropy, and the possibility that reinventing, recreating, re-enabling is equally as significant and important in the universe as entropy. So I think that's something that needs to be considered, especially with our symbol of yin yang and the black and the white. The other, so for balance. But I love the eruditeness of this session. It's just brilliant. The other point I wanted to make is that the dark side, well, perhaps, as all of us as strategic thinkers, as innovators, as creative thinkers, can certainly allow for the dark side. Why not just simply, rather than fight it or pretend it doesn't exist or sweep it under the carpet, allow for it? Okay, there's going to be a dark side. Let's just allow the space for that. But not let it consume us. Just allow for that to happen. Like each one of us is someone in our family who's, the dark sheep or spoiled in the closet. In life, there's always a dark side. So if we allow for it, we won't be afraid of it. My third point was, I can't read my writing, but I think it has to do with failure. That we always fail. I tell my students, fail early and often. And that's not an idea that I came up with. This is an idea that David Kelly came up with at IDEO, the most brilliant advertising marketing agency in the world. And the point there is, the sooner you fail, the sooner you'll be able to pick yourself up and dust yourself off and get back in the game and succeed.
It's a well-known adage. It's conventional wisdom.
Yes,
It's
exactly.
a very old phrase that
Yes.
everybody has.
So just don't worry about failure. Fail, okay, and get back up and go. And my last point is on mind. Carlos Castellano, he's been referred to several times. So let me tell you an inside story. I really believe in Prost Castaneda, and I was extremely naive. So I went and lived with the Navajo Indians. I lived with a medicine man who was the foremost medicine man of the whole Navajo kingdom. And then Timothy Leary was a very good friend of mine. I asked Timothy, "What do you think about Castaneda?" And he said, "BS." We used to travel around their camp in Mexico to try to get in on their LSD episodes, and Tim would not let him in because he was an incredible narrative storyteller, but based on fiction. Having lived with the Navajos and the medicine man, believe me, magic did not happen in that regard. And last thing, about transhumanism. Transhumanism is not a Pollyanna naive or rose-colored glasses philosophy or worldview. Most transhumanists that I know, and bless their souls, yes, I am religious and spiritual, bless their souls, they think about ethics, critical thinking, and the pros and cons of the advances of technology and have since day one. So I'd like to make that point that, well, transhumanists seem to have gotten a bad rap over the years. It's just because we were forward thinkers, but we care about the rest of society. And most of us, especially like Ben and myself and others who have been in it for a long time, have devoted most of our lives to volunteering and helping others. And that's what I have to say. So, like entropy, fail early and often, and whatever.
He just asked. He had his hand up like on time. Go ahead.
I just want to do like everyone. Okay, I would come at some of the other issues from a different sci-fi angle, right? So I take Ben's point very seriously. It's very hard to have human relevant stories, right? But sort of the exception that proves the rule is the culture series. Where precisely you have human relevant stories, but the overall point is that they're never actually relevant to the cosmic political scale. It's all the artificial intelligences we're doing it. What's interesting about the culture series and this model is precisely that a bank goes out of its way to try and describe something like human AI future. And the way essentially he describes it is, in the culture universe, the humans are like the libidos of the superintelligence. Right? They're the interesting things in the universe that supply like the desire contents for the minds. The minds keep us around because without us, they don't really have any interesting motivation. So that's one kind of answer to science fiction to this question of human machine fusion is we've got to make ourselves into motivation.
Yeah, so then the sort of lower reptilian mammalian urge part of humanity is actually the unique contribution that we have, since our cognitive capabilities will be outstripped by machines very rapidly.
And then,
I want to bring us back to the question I was earlier, but from a different perspective. So we're having this fantastically intellectual conversation amongst a very small group of people, and we have lots of different perspectives within that group. And it's very likely that we're going to progress with many of these technologies and AI using funding from people who predominantly want to make money out of what happens next. And rather than people saying, yes, let's do this for benefit of humanity, it seems like that's where most of the money is coming from corporate world investors. And the really brings back to the fact that as moving at such a pace, how do we bring the bulk of humanity into this conversation to even begin to understand a fraction of what's being talked about here? Natasha talked about education in schools, right? We're starting to scratch the surface there. But there's a huge number of people who wouldn't even know how to start listening to this conversation. Let's call them politicians. But for the rest of society, it's a very serious point. I worry that we're going to create a very small group of people
are going to drive the creation of a new world. And the rest of humanity is going to look at it. What am I going to say? How
men in this room,
sorry?
like the white men in this room.
Yeah, exactly. You can say that, I couldn't possibly. You know, and I just wonder how we really take it seriously if even a fraction of the effort that we're putting into progressing the science and technology into opening up the conversation in society.
Full screen.
I don't think that's enough. Our kids are really
That's it, full screen.
or going to Brexit, or you know.
Educated kids are voting for Trump too.
No, but it seems like a large majority of people who are really affecting society, those who need transplants, implants, prosthetic parts, right?
Oh,
I mean, those
the
are
ghettoized population, maybe most of the world, non-Western, is affected most.
So I just have one thing to say about the white male comment. My wife is smarter than I am. She doesn't give a rat's fuck.
All right, but white or westernized?
She doesn't care about what we're talking about. Couldn't care about it.
That's fine. People don't care. They don't. It's not on their radar. They're not being told they have to worry about these things or even begin to understand. They don't have the mechanisms to break down this incredibly interesting conversation out here. To access it.
I mean,
And who has the responsibility for facilitating that? It's a leader interested in all those countries.
It goes back to the point that Natasha raised about making sure that at a policy level, there's communication going on. I think on popular culture level, also people like Shishin Liu or Ramaz Nam are communicating to a larger audience. It's not addressing the audience that, I know some people's names, but not everyone, so I apologize. It's not addressing the audience that Quinn brought up, which is essentially billions of people on the face of the planet who are going to effectively be the roadkill when what William Gibson calls the jackpot happens, right? And so, you know, that's one of the things that's at stake. And thinking that through, maybe in front of the idea of subjectively experiencing pleasure through a pre-singularity enhancement is probably what Quinn is getting at. How do we communicate this more effectively?
Well,
From my point of view, I've been teaching for 20 years around these subjects and trying to do it. But I'm teaching in a filter bubble, a tiny high culture filter bubble, which barely reaches a proper audience.
Can I just very briefly start? I mean, has there ever been any time in history where the sort of conversation you're looking for has ever happened? You know, in terms of, I mean, obviously the Industrial Revolution has, in waves, produced this rolling turmoil in the problem. Has there ever been any examples of conversation you're looking for? Because maybe this just doesn't happen. I mean, it seems to me quite plausible that there's no realistic way any such conversation.
Let me share my experience.
International conversations on a lot of topics. I don't think there's ever been something of the scale of change for humanity that's required us to get as involved as this one. And this is, as I said, to 7+ billion. That's probably going to end up a roadkill for this. I don't think we've ever had a change that's been that big and been so difficult and massive to understand.
I have a response to your question. You know, as a participant on this panel, you have a responsibility to know more about this. If I don't take on that responsibility to say, the world is changing, technology is advancing, I have a responsibility to be a cohabitant within this universe. And if I don't, then I'm allowing others to make the decisions for me. And if I don't participate, then I become dependent on them. But I think there is an ethics that needs to be added to the mix here as to what does it mean to add these things? What does it mean, you know, that if people choose not to participate, they or want to know about this,
Well,
then they don't.
I mean, so one experience I've had in the last few years, which makes me look at that a little differently, is we opened an AI and robotics development lab in Addis Ababa in Ethiopia. And we have a bunch of female programmers and roboticists there, along with the usual nerdy young guys. And I would say that the Ethiopian developers in our lab and the students at Addis Ababa Institute of Technology, Ethiopian Science and Technology University, and so on. I mean, I will sit around with those guys when I'm in Addis, where I go a couple months each year, and have conversations on the same level as this one. I mean, these guys have read the same science fiction books, they've looked at the same blogs, and they understand the same issues. But this is a small percentage of the 90 million people in Ethiopia. And if you go into a rural village, which I've also done, and some people speak English there, most you need someone to translate to Amharic or whatever. Those people have a rather different view of these things. And I mean, they're all heavily religious, mostly Ethiopian Orthodox. Many of them will refuse medication if they're sick because God is inviting them to come home. So why do you want to resist it? And to say these people are making a choice not to engage in this dialogue is, in a way, maybe true, but it's a funny way to put it, because they don't have electricity, they don't have internet, although their kids and grandkids do in the university have smartphones and so on. So they simply, the majority of Ethiopians are still subsistence farmers and do not have the background to comprehend just the reality of the kind of thing we're talking about, because they've never been online, like one electrical outlet in their whole village. And how to pull those people into this dialogue, I honestly have no idea. I mean, I don't. Now their kids who are in university now are getting pulled into the dialogue. On the other hand, if you tell these people, here is a pill and it will make you not be sick, your grandma not be sick, they will take it. And if you tell them here's a molecular assembler that will produce food for you and will produce clothing and stuff that you want, they will be happy for that. Like I see everyone essentially is psyched for practical advances in technology that will make their lives better. But simply to get the mass of rural Ethiopians to wrap their brain around transhumanity and like post-singularity superminds. I mean, having tried, that's a big challenge. Yeah.
I agree with you. I mean, I think culturally, that's where there's implemented, but that doesn't excuse, I think, the world that is intellectually have the capacity to do that. But I do realize culturally, there are areas that.
I think Carlotta did it.
I think that the issue you're talking about, well, we're here talking about this, but the whole conversation sometimes I think has been extremely technical. And it hasn't been open to people that do not come from this medium or that are not acquainted with the terms that we have been using. And I think that you mentioned transcendental, which I link to spirituality personally, which is a very effective way to bring this conversation to other people and to other classes and to different kind of minds. I think that by bringing the aspect of transcendental minds also into the game, a question of what is if the mystery behind the mind, which means the thing that is still unknown and still can't explain, is what makes us experience those transcendental shamanic experiences. And in that case, it is exponentially growing technological future in which potentially we can fabricate minds. Will those minds be able to experience those transcendental experiences? So will robots be able to feel those things? Or is it proper to the human race. And by bringing questions of religion and spiritualism, I think that a lot of people that are not here would be open to at least discuss the issue. That is an issue that is very important nowadays and closer to our time.
Hi. I think part of the comments are really great because having grown up in a different part of the world, exposed to different philosophies and religious systems and ideologies, I think the very definition of how we define ethics is very different. How we define morality is extremely different. It's a highly different context. If you grow up in an environment bonded with your family, exposed to the religious practices, but then you also are exposed to working in China, and then you're in a communist society where there's not a lot of the talk around religion, or any that even comes into your decision making and the processing of how you look at an issue and how you identify the problem. So just given the complexity just around the societal, religious, all of that, when we're addressing in the AI context and talking about ethics, what is the base definition so everyone can plug into and say, okay, this is what is the base, and this is what we're defining what ethics are going to be in terms of application as AI is developing. And to whatever degree of development the AI is going to be, if I'm going to start in the transitionary period of whether I take that artificial intelligence and apply it to an industry setting, whether I create an AI machine that's going to pretty much operate my entire factory, or help me develop a rocket that's going to be launched or can make those decisions, then how do we, what is from your standpoint, or from a research standpoint, also from the very system builders who are building this AI and trying to influence that, how do you define ethics? I'm like, what does really the term ethics mean? Because at the end of the day, if humans are going to be using that, and depending on what human is using where, it can completely change, right? Because, someone who's born and follows the law, do it differently versus a communist ideological person. They do it differently, gender-based from a woman from the Middle East, I perceive and understand and apply differently. What does it mean? So I'd love to hear your thoughts on that very base understanding.
Let me plug my book. You look on the website for this conference, and you look at the list of participants. In my bio is a link to my book on ethical artificial intelligence, and it'll tell you more than you ever want to know about what I think about the question.
I think my definition of ethics would be that part of the process that in the end doesn't make any difference.
You're from Washington?
Mind if I just jump in? I'm thinking we need to look at the fundamental core issues that are facing us so that we can stop just having a conversation about it and start put some policies perhaps in place. And it seems to me, I'd like to get your perspective on it, that one of the limitations at the moment is access to transparent information, universally and globally. And another limitation that we have, which is an inherent limitation of our biology, is processing bias. So I think one step towards solving the problem of transparent information is global access to internet. And maybe another problem to solve of processing bias, maybe some sort of solution might come in the form of the ability to perceive the world from other people's perspectives, so we aren't limited by our own passion and bias and thinking.
About transparency of information, that's something I thought about a lot, and I'm a big advocate of it in the short term. So my AI project, OpenCog, is all open source, and I'm a big fan of putting everything out there for everyone to see. And one of the big positive things I see in terms of Africa now is just access to technical knowledge is prevalent. So when we hire interns in our office there, we have them take 6 or 7 Coursera courses in the first couple months of their internship. And we don't have to make that curriculum. They just go online and get it. On the other hand, I think as we get further and further toward the singularity, and we have asymmetries of intelligence, transparency of information eventually becomes meaningless. Because if you have one mind that's 100 times smarter than the other one, even if the dumb mind can see completely transparently inside the smart mind, and it doesn't matter, they can't understand what they're seeing there.
This is why I need
Yeah.
to stay outside during.
And we see that now in stuff like the financial crisis, right? Like, all the information on what caused the financial crisis of 2008-9, most of that information is there on the internet. But unless you have a pretty deep knowledge of how exotic derivatives and credit default swaps and so on work, it doesn't matter that all that is happening. You can't understand what the hell happened anyway.
But you know, lack of transparency played a big part in that. So in the 1990s, what was their name? Henry wanted a transparent market for derivatives. And Robert Rubin came in with a big hammer and said, no, there's no transparent market for derivatives. And the lack of transparency in that market was a big part of the problem.
I'm sure. But what I see now is even after that happened, most people don't understand why, and they don't understand that the makings of another similar or worse crisis are there now, which is not because information isn't published at this point. It's because the information is at a level of complexity and specialization that the average voter, for example, can't understand. And that problem is going to get orders of magnitude worse once the Wall Street traders are AIs with transhuman IQ. Right?
Walking like your dog.
But not as cute.
Said one thing about scarcity.
Yeah, please do it. And then we'll move
So
on.
I just want to quickly revisit your comment that there will always be more scarcity. There will always be scarcity. And in terms of the physical constraint of the nature of space-time, if at some point we're able to gain intentional control and amplification of the virtual particle pair creation process, such that it can be viewed as generating something. It's like a little micro Big Bang somehow. It will actually do it.
We have to get to 0 point energy.
Right. But if I was considering that, right? So, but if that happens, then all of a sudden, it's effectually a negatron effect on it, but not within a semi-closed system. So while I'm shaking your head, but why is it not possible?
Quantum mechanical limits. If you believe quantum mechanics, there's limits on how much energy there can be in a given volume, how much information there can be in a given volume of space.
Stewart doesn't believe in the Bacon-side method.
Yeah, and also the other thing I want to just add in, in terms of perspective, and I just want to, what Ben was talking before about chaotic boundaries. One thing, for those who aren't familiar, that's equally, if not more important, is that once the transition is made through the chaotic boundary to the far side of that, if you will, then this is where properties that are called emergent show up. And the key point is that they are not predictable necessarily from the original point before the transition. So, and I'm only saying that because we don't want to apply that just to technology and science, and we want to apply to our own thinking. Because we carry with us not just biases that we're aware of, but approximately 200 biases that are sometimes very specific in terms of perception, but other forms. I mean, you can make that face, but biases are realized.
Quantum mechanics is not bias.
It's a one note.
Well, but the physics changes every 150 years, and what we have now is everything's an approximation. As we went from Newton to Einsteinian relativity, all of a sudden we can be forces anymore because gravity becomes a geodesic curve in space-time that doesn't require forces, and you don't need Newtonian, except it only works really in very limited space. Is just like our nine-inch geometry, which is part of relativity, displaced two-dimensional.
You have a comment?
So it goes on and on. The point that to think that we know everything now and that our theories are the be-all, end-all, I think means we haven't learned from the history of science and technology.
Does Weaver reply, and then we'll move on.
Short comment, might be the case that scarcity is outcoded in our physical universe. I think the big question is, what role does it play in our universality?
Well, I agree with that.
These are two different things. These are two entirely different things. And I think that the role that scarcity plays as of today in our projection into the future is not going to a very good place. So,
No, I agree, mostly with the use of the term life. Because I think it's very dangerous to say you will know something that doesn't exist yet, and we know it's not true at this point in time. I think that's absurd.
yeah,
So I agree that
that's the power of doing that.
Can I just say one thing on the scarcity, which is, I think a lot of the responses seem to be, going down to the femtotech or these various technological solutions, seem to be missing the point about scarcity, which is it's a relativistic concept, it's a differential between your production of your model population and the resources.
It's also a way of thinking.
So if femtotech, you're just breeding a femtotech population. If you're sparking particles out of the void, you produce populations of the unless the only way to eliminate scarcity is to inhibit the dynamism of your population groups, your population of whatever that population is.
No, there's a way which is to shift to a different mode of thinking, experiencing, and interacting, which does not have that dichotomy built into it. That's a way of thinking.
Why don't we agree to disagree?
Okay, folks. So that was I think another lively panel. I'm going to introduce our next guests, and I need to ask them if anyone has any content that they need to copy onto the machine up here. Patricia and Reza and Pete. Got to jump drive? Yeah.
Not doing great, but I've had some great conversations so far.
Is there a
I had a debate with someone else the second time back.
It's right there. You should just grab it for yourself.
How are you, Ed?
How are you
doing?
Okay. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you.
It's generality in general terms on this.
Okay, hang on a second. Let me get Patricia's. Yeah, I'll see if I can do something about that. Yeah, Patricia, do you
So I'm gonna read a little statement.
Should I copy the folder?
Yeah, that would be great. And one of them's an audio file because I'm gonna basically play the audio. It's like a little performative thing.
Okay.
Play this audio file and then show the diagram.
Okay.
Is that cool?
Oh yeah. I'm just gonna get. I think this was Pete's. Reza, do you need to copy anything? No. Okay. Okay.
Who's up first in the group?
I don't know actually.
Excellent.
Let me introduce you guys too. We'll be starting in about 2 minutes, folks. We're just copying some files.
You want to
I have a statement.
Which one was it, Pete? Was it general intelligence?
General intelligence in general terms.
I know.
Just check to see that it works.
Okay. Actually, I don't think.
So make sure it displays.
That looks good.
That's fine. Might run to the toilet really quickly if I miss the beginning of the first shirt.
Okay, why don't you go? Do you know what it is? There's one,
Yeah,
there's one right up there. Yeah. Hey, Tony, how are you? No, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Okay, we're still broadcasting, but this camera is not at a very good angle.
Where is it?
It's right here.
Oh, okay. I have a little Stand.
I think that's good.
Yeah.
I hope that'll be okay.
Glorious.
Turn back into focus. There we go. Okay. Those peaks. Okay, I will. I'll introduce this panel, and we have three speakers who are going to join us. Reza Nagarstani, Patricia Reed, and Pete Wolfendale. And Mo Salemi is going to join us on the moderating panel. Okay, good. That's fine.
And it's all time and it's all.
Okay. We're running a little bit behind, so what we want to do is we want to aim for So I'll give us a quick introduction. We'll start with Reza. Reza Nagarstani is a philosopher. His philosophical project is focused on rationalist universalism, beginning with the evolution of the modern system of knowledge and advancing toward contemporary philosophies of rationalism, their procedures, as well as their demands for special forms of human conduct. Patricia Reed is an artist, writer, and designer. Her recent exhibitions include those at Homeworks 7, Witte de With, and House de Culture and de Welt. She has contributed chapters to Dea Ex Machina with As Laboria Cubonics, To Accelerate the Accelerationist Reader, and The Psychopathologies of Cognitive Capitalism, Volume 2, amongst others. And Pete Wolfendale. Pete is a postdoctoral research fellow at the University of Johannesburg. His work develops the consequences of philosophical rationalism for the philosophy of mind, aesthetics, and metaphysics. His current project pursues the possibility of computational Kantianism, interpreting Kant's transcendental psychology through developments in AI research and understanding the program of artificial general intelligence in terms of Kant's transcendental philosophy. Pete is the author of Object-Oriented Philosophy, The Noumenon's New Clothes, which came out through Urbanomic in 2014. So again, we'll start with Reza, but I think Mo and Tony and Jason are going to introduce New Center for a few minutes, and then we'll kick off with Reza. Thanks, guys.
Okay, so just going to say a few things about the New Center. The people on the panel are all New Center instructors, and the three organizers of the New Center, myself, Tony Yannick, and Mohammed Salemi are the people on the organizing committee. So basically, the New Center for Research and Practice is a nonprofit higher education institute, and we offer graduate level certificates really meant to complement existing degrees. We're not trying to be a university or a college or anything like that. It's a complementary type of thing. And so we offer certificate programs, workshops, seminars, exhibitions, residencies, and conferences in the fields of critical philosophy, social and political thought, curatorial practice, and transdisciplinary research and practice, as well as media and technology. And as the name suggests, we're conceived upon the idea that the space of knowledge is a laboratory for navigating the links between thought and action. In terms of our pedagogical approach, basically we're bootstrapping the role of the arts and the sciences as a laboratory for navigating links between thought and action. So that's the research practice part. And the approach to that we use is one in which we're trying to construct new forms of research and practice alongside, within, and between existing disciplines and technologies. So that kind of goes along with the idea that we're not trying to be a university. We're just organizing seminars, we're organizing conferences and things like that. And we really try to operate in the interstices between already existing institutions. In terms of our aims is basically a constructivist one. trying to assemble an environment that's both virtual and actual, both online and in person, to inspire our members to invent alternative understandings that can be put into collective practice. And so we have a network of thinkers and scholars, and what they do is advise and assist those making the transition between undergraduate and graduate school, between graduate school and their professions, or also for people who are more kind of para-academic types of people who, you know, decide not to go to university at all and just kind of pursue knowledge on their own terms. Through studying at the New Center, students practice graduate level research in a manner that doesn't interrupt their existing academic aspirations, but instead complements and enhances and intensifies them. So it's really about complementarity, not replacement, not displacement, but at the same time opening up new possibilities.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Ed, for organizing this for us. I'm gonna just like briefly just say a little bit about each one of our programs because I think it's kind of important, and because our educational programs are the core of our operations at the New Center, and they're divided into several distinct branches reflecting the interests of us three as organizers and those of our instructors, 3 of them are here, and the larger community of students, researchers, friends, and members. And I don't remember if Jason mentioned that or not, but like our funding model is purely based on membership and sort of like a small tuitions that we charge for seminars or certificate program. We don't receive grants or any kind of government funding or any other kind of funding. So our like I would say our most important and significant program is our critical philosophy program. 2 of our instructors are here, Reza Nagarestani and Peter Wolfendale. They've been teaching seminars for us almost from the very beginning. This program is devoted to developing philosophy adequate to the problems and questions posed by the 21st century, particularly those relating to technological evolution and the emergence of artificial intelligence. Actually, another one of our instructors is Nick Land, who was on the other panel, but because he was already on the other panel, he's not with us sitting down here. He's there in the audience. And we also, our philosophy program is also interested in the rise of the Anthropocene, which threatens global catastrophe, developments in physics, neurology, and biology, transformation in global capitalism, and the way in which the military, media, and economic systems are now intertwined and exceed the boundaries of nation states, and how these all have generated new conceptual challenges for philosophy. Our social and political thought program is designed to intensify students' capacities for comprehending power in all of its facets in the increasingly undemocratic, markedly unequal, globalized world of the early 21st century. The seminars proceed by way of juxtaposing generating divergent readings of the classical text of political theory through a historically informed and future-oriented encounter with more recent social and political thinking. So it's like we go back to old texts, but we try to have a sort of like a new take on it. Our art and curatorial practice program, which I kind of like had, is one of the only international curricula responding to the challenges that planetary scale techno-globalization have created for the production and distribution of contemporary art and knowledge in the 21st century. The program engages with the field from a critical standpoint by encouraging students to question the institutional assumptions about the role of artists and curators with a focus on the epistemological and political ramifications of art making, exhibitions, and all the surrounding activities and political economy of art. Our media and technology program takes its identity to be what mediates and modulates our relations to the world, the circuits of communication and control in which we find ourselves. We treat media and technology as names for their material existence. They are the forms of our efferent alienation from the world we inherit, both the paths of the world's past and its future. Our program addresses how the relentless valorization of our present humanity caused by hypermediation and technology is impacting the conditions of life on planet Earth. Through the horizon of our research, it is certainly universal or global in its scope. Our seminars will each be grounded in particular case studies of technological mediation, ranging from cryptocurrency to mathematical formalisms to pornography to AI to sound art to cyberfeminism, etc. And our other program, which is kind of like an over-encompassing, is our transdisciplinary research and practice program, which explores the interfaces between the arts, sciences, and vernacular knowledge by engaging with strategies that capture complexity, cultivates new ecologies of knowledge, and affect individual and collective transformations. This program offers theoretical and practical support to enhance and realize issue-based transdisciplinary projects unrestricted by the constraints of any one discipline. The program provides support and access to resources to community, offering seminars that cannot fit in one discipline-specific program, but are at once between, across, and beyond all disciplines.
Hello, I'm Tony Yannick. I just want to basically introduce the panel and our residency theme for the time. So what does it mean to accelerate the general intellect in the age of artificial intelligence? AGI begins from the investigation of distributed networks from which thought assembles into which it disperses. Unlike in the past, general intelligence algorithms and networks are together becoming as irreducible to their efforts of universal intellectuals as cultural and political movements have become to universal leaders. Will the future enable a more radical, integrated, but also more complex mode of cultural and political engagement? One predicated upon what Marx described as, quote, the conditions of the process of social life itself, under the control of the general intellect. AGI explores the new intensifying developments in the field of AI that are making possible subjectiveless modes of the general intellect, more collective and more general than any single individual or network. So for nearly 2 years, all of us here at New Center, we've been operating as they've introduced as this online technology platform. And I think a lot of the questions and a lot of the seminars that we've been developing and engaging with have been around a lot of these ideas. So with that, I just want to say one last thing with special thanks, because we do have some supporters that have been helping us with this residency specifically. So I just want to thank Harry Duran, Ralph Lahr, Wai-Young King, Tom Essing, Mikhail, Ronald, Kristen Elvison, Ben Gertzel, and Ed, of course, for this event. eFlux, Christopher Vitale, and anyone else who's supporting us.
I just wanted to add that like this is in the middle of our residency week-long program. So we started Monday, and Monday's keynote was Peter. Tuesday, we had Nick Land as our keynote and other activities all day at Pratt. Tomorrow, we're going to continue on at New School, and Reza will be heading a lecture, and also Patricia will be presenting tomorrow. And we're going to end with a roundtable, sort of think tank style, at eFlux Friday. And yeah, and also, oh yeah, Eden Medina also going to be like joining us with a video link tomorrow to discuss like the ideas of like cybersyn, around the ideas of cybersyn, her book on like Chilean experiment tomorrow. So that's part of our program tomorrow. And yeah, so this is like, thank you again for all of this. And maybe we can go now to our panel, yes.
Yeah. Okay, so I prepared a sort of performative intervention with, I guess, artists. But before going into that, I want to say how disturbed I've been from a lot of the panels, particularly this morning before lunch. So we speak with unbridled optimism about a private company like Google becoming our exo-brain. If we speak of the dramatic increase in wealth in the 20th century, without also talking about the increasing inequality, debt enslavement, as well as the massive structural and ideological problems of distribution. These are hugely problematic positions to simply accept as a natural part of human technological development. They're certainly not givens I'm going to accept. If we know our biases, prejudices, and assumptions about each other and the world are fed into the technology design, this ought to mean that any technological enhancement also be the moment where we can confront and transform these biases towards just horizons that can serve the many. So in the spirit of radical egalitarianism, articulated in the tone of a Copernican trauma, the following will be a statement.
So, okay, great. So I just play it?
Oh, no.
No?
Yeah, maybe so.
Scale thinking.
Yes, you do.
Just before it starts, I think this also addresses a comment made again in the panel before lunch that says we should avoid complexity. Again, this was prepared way in advance, so it's a kind of apt response to that inclination as well. So I'll just like get it started again.
You want that full screen?
In popular discourse, the term complexity has often been used to stifle cognitive access to system-scale thinking, facilitating and representing political possibilities on the left and the right. Not to mention the even bigger challenge to forge socio-political approaches commensurate with our global reality to which our current geopolitical GUIs do not measure up. To begin to tackle the latter problem, at least conceptually, it seems that our more pressing tool, gaining cognitive traction on complex structures causality, and the leverage and guide this cognitive traction towards planetary, scaled and anticipatory affordances. The first question to be asked is what sort of epistemic framework will be required to generate the type of intelligence capable of cognitively accessing complex objects, precisely the objects that urgently require ultra-politicization, like the economy or the climate, as if these two can even be separated. What sorts of complications do these objects pose to our classical modern epistemic frames that emphasize discrete territories of investigation, yielding useful knowledge, but at the price of doing so from a limited scale of perspective? Secondly, how are we to design epistemic structures that can access future objects we cannot yet conceive or may not yet exist? And thirdly, how will we integrate other spectrums of intelligence alien to human cognition, be it by artificial general intelligence or other life forms in a non-trivial way, delivering a co-permanent blow to the presumed anthropocentric monopoly on intelligence? If the incitement for post-Westphalian diagrams seek to reconfigure geopolitical orders, so too, epistemic framework must undergo their own post-Westphalian moment. We are strictly bonded, sovereign, classical, epistemic frontiers no longer serve the scope of thinking complexity required. To be clear, this is not to suggest the total negation of territories or disciplines of knowledge, but it is to insist on their functional synthesis among set of various types, perspectives, and sources, human and non-human, rather than warning the decentering of the human as exclusively intelligent, nor reducing IT to a mere prosthetic, or worse, diminishing other modes of intelligent entities to anthropomorphisms. The work lies in building better interfaces between and across these forms. The philosopher of science and Francois Schmidt provides a helpful scaffold to think through an epistemic paradigm more conducive to these types of contemporary objects that not only evade disciplinary localization, but also time and space, insofar as one cannot localize the climate, even if one can locally experience its residues, although remaining within the confines of human best. Her call to militate for a generic epistemology seeks to identify zones of inseparability between disciplines and, crucially, between problems, rather than advocating for a mere agglomerating approach where knowledge is treated as if purely mechanical. This generic epistemology is the creation of interstitial universe of heterogeneity, cutouts from a 3D Venn diagram, wherein affinities between overlapping fragments of knowledge domains take a new shape due to continuities between common problems. Generative knowledge, S, unattainable from any one field alone. Such a dynamic epistemic framework lends itself not only to object description, but importantly, to speculation on object tendencies, responding to the need to politically integrate complex objects, which must also synthesize non-human intelligence. We may look to the user outlined by Bracken and the staff to better grasp the expansion of epistemology's potential generators. Here the user could be a person, an AI bot, a sensor, or even a molecule. Now, although we cannot simply equate the production of data with knowledge, we also cannot know in advance what sorts of intelligence may emerge from the mutual entanglement of such entities in their future incarnations. For this, we require an interface, an augmented coupling device designed for the affordance of what we may call a generic user epistemology.
Thank you.
Right. Okay, okay, it's not letting me put up the title of my talk. The title of my talk is general. Okay, the title of my talk is General Intelligence in General Terms. Right, and the point of this, I'm going to set myself a timer so I stay within time. The point of this is the title of this slide, which is what precisely does AGI mean? And in particular, what does the G really stand for? So AGI has been defined in opposition to classical AI. And the thing is, the project of classical AI was always really about creating something like a human mind. But it ran into a series of walls in the first few decades of the project. And then in the sort of 70s and 80s ended up kind of retreating into solving a bunch of specific problems. So working out like how to sort of design machines like Roombas that can optimally work out how to cover the entire surface of a carpet, right? Various different, very specific practical problems, rather than talking about more general practical problems. One thing I'll say here is I'm using this word problem solving because this is generally how intelligence as a concept is defined in this discourse. There are some issues with that, but it's at least a very good place to start. And it's important to sort of mention that at this point, people might throw out a whole bunch of other words like consciousness or personhood or mindedness, right? And it's very easy, or selfhood, and it's very easy to kind of switch back and forth between these words in a way that causes confusion. So I'm just sticking to intelligence. I'm just talking about problem solving. And crucially, I'm sort of saying the distinction between AI and AGI is defined in terms of the sort of distinction between general and parochial problem solving. So the idea is moving away from Roombas, like if we just go into the animal kingdom and the differences between us and animals. There's an idea that, see, a mouse has evolutionarily been adapted to its environment in such a way that it can extract certain kinds of information from that environment and solve certain kinds of problems within that environment, right? But there are limitations upon the evolutionary frame that it's been given by its species history, right? Whereas I want to say, well, there's something about our intelligence that is more general and that enables us to solve problems more generally. The issue is that if we don't specify precisely what we mean by that generality, we can end up collapsing back into more specific areas, just like the original project of AGI did. So to kind of preserve AGI, we really need to answer this difficult conceptual problem. Right? So here's some different types of generality. Can everybody see what's written up here, by the way? Yeah, okay. So first of all, we might want to talk about the difference between absolute and relative generality. Right? So we might want to talk about just general intelligence to core, or we might talk about it in a relative way, like human-like. And this is one way of retreating in AGI. You say, well, what we're interested in is making things that kind of like humans, right? Another way of qualifying our generality is you might talk about qualitative versus quantitative distinctions. And indeed, this can be a way of specifying human likeness, where we talk about something like human level intelligence. And so a good way of demonstrating this is the Wozniak test, which is this idea, it's like a rule of thumb for general intelligence. A general intelligence should be able to walk into anyone's house and make a cup of coffee, right? And you shouldn't have to tell it in advance what the layout of the house is like, or which cupboards things are going to be in. It should just be able to work in and work out how to do that itself. The problem is that we can specify a kind of hierarchy of what Wozniak tests, going up to, like, for instance, an artificial general intelligence should be able to turn up on an arbitrary planet and terraform it, right? We can't do that. So that's a sense of general intelligence, a quantitative sense, in some sense, that we don't meet, right? And you might say there are just these quantitative levels. There's no qualitative distinction. Finally, we might talk about abstract versus concrete forms of generality. And I say this is about human tractability because this is about building the intelligences, right? The concreteness here is about implementation details, right? How we go about implementing things, right? And you might want to say abstraction is about moving beyond a particular level of implementation details. So you might want to, so, we've talked today about there are various different strategies that people are pursuing. Like, you might be a Bayesian, you might be into recurrent neural networks, you might be into various different things, right? There's different strategic approaches that people are taking to AI, right? But they're fixed on particular implementations. Oh, okay, so I'm way off my time. Let me speed up. But you also might want to talk about these issues at a level of abstraction which doesn't restrict you to these different details, right? Now, I think what we need to be looking at is the absolute qualitative abstract side of this, right? If you want a hard sense of the G, right, we want some distinction between us and mice and between AGIs and Roombas, right, that is posed at the right level of abstraction and captures qualitative differences. Two types of abstraction, right? We can talk about good and bad abstraction. So bad abstraction would be where you ascend above the level of implementation details, but you do so in such a way that you lose any connection with implementation, right? If your account of intelligence doesn't tell you anything about how you realize it, that's probably a bad account of intelligence, right? So good abstraction is about finding this kind of balance, right, between sort of being too close to a particular implementation and being too far away from implementation entirely. And two strategies for approaching this balance are from above and from below. You can either take, for instance, like the psychological route to AGI, where you go, well, we know human beings have general intelligence, so let's try and reverse engineer what's going on here and work our way up to the abstract. Or let's start out with some abstract characterization of what we think defines artificial general intelligence, like judgment or something like this, and then work down. Okay, so that's what AGI means. What is it though, right? What actually is this abstract generality? I'm going to say a few very brief things. First of all, I think basically we're talking about non-deterministic computation. And two words that we colloquially use for this are creativity and learning, right? What are the bad abstractions of the badly abstract ways of thinking about this? The most obvious one is AI skepticism. So people who say that AI is impossible, in principle. And usually AI skeptics do something like this, look, a computer just never could beat a chess master at chess, right? That's just something they couldn't do. They could never learn to do that, or they wouldn't have the creative capacity to do that. And then we make something that does that and they retreat and they go, but they could never write a novel, right? They could never, right? And so this bad abstraction constantly shifts the goals. And what it does is it makes creativity and learning into some kind of mystical fairy dust. It's what you call Mysterianism. It makes the things in principle impossible to explain, right? Here's the more controversial claim. You can sort of look at singularitarianism as being the flip side of this. Or at least certain kinds of singularitarianism also treat creativity and learning as if they're magic pixie dust. They just think that we can accidentally stumble upon it at certain levels of complexity. We just accidentally stumble onto the magic pixie dust of creativity and learning, and boom, hard takeoff, self-improving AI, right? What's the alternative? What's good abstraction? Well, good abstraction is going to be what I call something like a combination of generalized aesthetics and generalized pedagogy, which would be using an abstract characterization of non-deterministic computation to not just teach us about AIs and building them, but also teach us about ourselves and what it is we're doing when we're learning and creating. And indeed, this is a kind of back and forth process. This is the above and below thing where we can use our existing understanding of pedagogy. Like, there are good metaphors for AGI, for the creation of AGI from, for instance, child rearing, where you might want to say the first AGIs we're going to build, they'll probably be like autistic savants. They'll probably be very, very good at some things and very, very bad at other things. And we'll have responsibilities to them like we have to autistic children, right? But on the other hand, this will give us new ways to think about how we train ourselves, and indeed how, for instance, in questions regarding, say, what education should be about in relation to employability, right? If AI has become a huge part of our society, then how do we think about the way we educate people to relate to them? And this is going to be like a recursive pedagogical problem. Anyway, I'll stop there. So.
So, I'm going very quickly talk about the significance of language for the problem of AGI. Very briefly talk about kind of imply what exactly language is. Hopefully we can unpack it in the discussion. The possibilities of what can be done with language are as unfathomed as the possibilities of what language can do with its users. The emphasis on the centrality of language in the evolution of sapiens as a conceptual functional category, rather than an ontological category of biological species, is nothing new. It is a familiar topic that is perhaps even deemed antiquated in some philosophical circles. What has been, for the most part, absent in these pro-linguistic arguments has been precisely the fundamental interactive computational structure of language itself. Namely, the question of what exactly linguistic interaction is, where this is not an interaction perceived in language, but an interaction which is language itself. This is a picture of language not as a symbolic totality with an ineffable essence, a medium of communication, a tool for labeling items in the world, or a system of social discourse in which language is the facilitator of mutual recognition, but a sui generis framework of interaction as computation that is furnished with different classes of semantic complexity and cognitive practical abilities associated with them. This interactive computation permits qualitative compression versus quantitative compression, selectivity of compression. It significantly reduces the size of the agent's internal model while increasing its complexity. It can format and modulate behaviors of the agent, and ultimately it is precisely the framework which shapes intelligent behaviors, not in degrees, but in time and quality. A linguistic agent differs from a non-linguistic agent in time. Now, the archetypal figure behind language is computational duality, or interaction. Interactions, we know that are prevalent phenomena. They can be concurrent, synchronic, asynchronic, untimed, timed, just-typified, deterministic, non-deterministic, so on and so forth. Interactive systems are online, open, and reactive to multiple streams of input, rather than just discrete outputs. Interactions are governed by computational dualities. In simple terms, these dualities, what duality is, signify the interchange of roles between two or more processes or behaviors that constrain one another, resulting in generation of additional structures and constraints or rules that increase the complexity of behaviors involved in the interaction.
Now, the term open harness is usually attributed to these constructive dualities. Open harnesses simultaneously constrain the behavior of the interacting processes, hence the term harness, and harness them toward a new design, a behavior with a higher level of complexity. By pitting two systems against one another, they force the systems to correct their behavior and to augment their capacities. As in a game that harnesses the intelligence of one player to respond more intelligently to the other. Interactions are medium of complexification for processes. In word of logician and computer scientist Jean-Baptiste Genet, as vague as the notion of process may be, it certainly is in their nature not only to evolve amongst the effects produced by a process appear its own transformations, but also to produce effects on other processes, mutual effects. In short, processes act and interact. Whatever its technological method, whatever its implementation, the essence of the process is completely involved in its potential dynamic behavior, not only its possible destinies under evaluation, but also the full set of possible operational effects it will occasion in all possible processes interaction context. With respect to semantics, the answer brought by processes is thus of a radically new kind, which implements the performative way of meaning. Doing is the way processes speak. A final remark, the name language does not necessarily refer to human natural languages, but to any artificial language with a syntax, semantics, pragmatic interface, and support for explicit framework of interaction. It would bind us to rule out the possibility that even given its incredible richness, our natural language and its abilities are like a small archipelago compared to an artificial language which is both equipped with capacities of effective formalization and designed on the basis of interaction and dialogical activities. Language is not simply a symbolic medium or a framework of social community discourse, but a vast, generative computational framework for the realization of cognitive and practical abilities. The qualitative difference of human intelligence is in its linguistic sociality. But the sociality is fundamentally computational. That of the medium is what kind of computation this involves. Fundamentally computational in the interactive sense, from the bottom up. Now, one of the keys in constructing human level AI, and very much in tune with at that level of good abstraction, which Generality was talking about, is to design a multi-agent environment where interaction is central motif. But this cannot be non-trivially done without first looking into the interactive nature of our own neurophysical, cognitive, socio-linguistic systems, examining precisely what kind of computational phenomena, processes, and behaviors, interactions at different scales, from subpersonal to personal level, index, and express. So I guess we can start with some questions from the outside. Because we even have maybe our own questions. Maybe first we should go right at. Do you want to initiate something?
I could actually. I could pick up something right where Reza was. Kind of getting microphones here. Okay, cool. Let's get one over here also.
Reza, I just was thinking at the very end of your talk about the
the comment you made, doing is the way processes speak. And it reminded me of Bakhtin's notion of the dialogic imagination and the dialogic formation of, well, I would argue of a kind of consciousness. And to go back to Bakhtin and unpack that a little bit, specifically in an example that maybe will be familiar to some people, in a novel like The Brothers Karamazov by Dostoevsky, what we see is the landscape, the props, the features, the clothes, the architectural environments, the temperatures, the cultural frameworks, all in dialogue, in a kind of a heterognostic, multiply voiced dialogue with each other. So there is this notion of doing as the way the processes speak, but in this case, the processes aren't scripted per se, they're embedded fundamentally in what the real world, Dostoevsky is writing novel. His argument is that the world is multiply voiced and heteroglossic. And indeed, that multiple voicing and heteroglossia is precisely the mechanism by which a certain kind of framework of mind is built out. So I guess this is an open comment to ask you to speak a little bit more to see if I'm even in the same ballpark with what you're talking about when you're unpacking this notion of language as a computational framework. But you understand that I'm taking the liberty of including language onto physical systems, chemical systems, biological systems, architectural systems, materials, as well as, quote, language.
A very brief comment. So I understand that you want to apply language to philosophy, but I think that would be inflation of the concept of language. We generalize a concept too much, basically it renders it impotent. Basically, it doesn't serve any purpose anymore. The reason I talk about language precisely because we know from evolutionary perspective, but also from computational perspective. Theoretical science, rather than applying computer science, has done a fantastic job to really look into the structure of language through the so-called correspondence between mathematics, logics, computation, the so-called Curry-Howard Lambert isomorphism correspondence. Now the thing is that this I think what we can use in order to map language, of course, to the kind of neurological structure and hence more rudimentary physical processes, precisely this notion of interaction. Rather than inflating the concept of language, we can detect interaction at different scales. And that's what I meant. It's basically, and of course, there's an evolutionary story to be told that obviously language is syntactic semantic interface, it's pragmatic interface, it's coming through a course of processes. But this interaction also has different levels of complexity, has different types at different scales. This is really the problem of scale in complex science. We can't inflate or we can't align the distinction between these different levels of interaction. We need to be very careful because otherwise, it brings again that kind of bad abstraction that Pete was talking about. The problem of levels and scales is really important.
Hello there. Excellent session. Thank you. Very intellectual and thought-provoking. I have a question about the economic thing, your remarks. The Google owning exocortex is, of course, a kind of a dystopian scenario in the sense that the corporate owns part of your minds. it's their property, it sounds perfect to me, of course, because who knows, maybe they would want to insert ads there, but while smart people want to kill ads, Google wants to put ads everywhere, so that's a terrible thing, of course. Maybe they will just scan your brain and change your minds without you knowing. How could you control that? In my opinion, a good solution to that would be to advocate open hardware, free hardware, and maybe laws, rights for transmitters, so that we have constitutional rights for privacy of computation and computation and communication provided to everyone for free. What do you think about it? What would be the best solution to address that?
Some good solutions that came up, no problem. But I think you can even radicalize these and go further. We should, like, I mean, we have to think about even larger ways in which Google fits into a larger military, geopolitical technology of power, and how we're going to deal with the other aspects of it. Google is just a part that we're interacting with on a daily basis. Millions or maybe billions of citizens are dealing with it. If you're going to deal with Google, let's just say we should force Google to be sold to a citizen-based United Nations in which all this data is actually democratically and globally is supervised by a body that then is open source and doing all the rest of it. And we just, like, basically through legal means force companies like Google to actually disappear as a private company for profit. But you know what I mean? These things on a higher scale requires other political, economical interventions that we're not even beginning to address in the conversation with all solutions.
I think, yeah, I mean, just
China also, put the direct democracy into that picture.
Sorry, just to answer, just to kind of build off of what Robert was saying was, I mean, I think we're all struggling to figure out what that solution would be. I mean, obviously, my little statement at the beginning was just to point out how problematic I found this was just being thrown out there as a way to celebrate this. I mean, this is crazy to me. And I don't think you need to be on an extreme left position, arguably that would be my bias, to even say, that's okay, let's at least check out, you know, what's going on there. Again, I don't have a radical solution to this, but I do think that until you would figure out a new way to, a new design for economic valuation, economic distribution, none of these technologies that we will develop will ever be able to escape those sort of like inherent biases in the system until there would be an economic overhaul, basically.
Also, we come to capitalism again.
What's that?
We come to capitalism again.
I've got an addition to that, actually, if you want, people don't mind, and a lot of people can hear me. So, okay, this is a bit left of field, but it might make sense that the intermediary zone between where we are now and actually being able to kind of democratically, like, reappropriate the means of informatic production, right? One of my big problems with sort of neoclassical economics is that it acts as if more information is always good. And the reason it does this is because it doesn't make any distinction between what we might call ordinary resources and cognitive resources. So your ordinary resources is the things you need to allocate in order to do the various things you want to do. Your cognitive resources are those that you need in order to make the decisions that you allocate. And once you realize that, in fact, you have bounded rationality, but quite radically bounded rationality. Difficult things like the fact that you need cognitive resources to allocate cognitive resources. Suddenly the whole economic terrain starts to be quite different. And one of the things that becomes apparent is you suddenly realize that incorporated in the realm of economic oppression is cognitive oppression. Right? There is various tactics, both explicit and implicit convergences that combine to keep people's computational resources from pooling so that they can make better decisions. Right? So a good example of this is supermarkets. Right? Supermarkets spend a lot of time figuring out how to make us make worse purchasing decisions. Right? By putting on tricky things like this, right? So a general way of describing the intermediary zone, political intermediary zone, would be his slogan, cognitive liberation and collective liberation. Figuring out explicitly better ways of pooling our ability to think. I mean, people talk about this in various ways of this.
So I think, I'm curious for some commentary on this, perhaps both from Array and then from you guys. So I mean, the corporatization of AI and increasingly of even proto-AGI efforts is something I have mixed feelings towards, which is why I've never accepted a job working for a big company. And I'm involved with obviously a group trying to create AGI open source with an international team spanning every continent except Antarctica. And I think I can see a possible path by which, AGI is developed like Linux is developed by an open source initiative. And yes, involving some people in big companies, but also involving, hackers all over the world and academics. And then, the soccer playing robots were sold to Ethiopian universities now as open source hardware. And the students there can download blueprints and circuit diagrams and they can make things themselves. So if you add 3D printing into the mix, as many science fiction authors have foreseen, I mean, you have some possibility that for relatively low costs and without being the high lords and masters of the capitalist economy, that people all over the world can, build quite advanced things for themselves in a way, to some extent, bypassing capitalist hegemony and all that. And it's not clear to me at this moment how this democratization of technology and computing, AI, 3D printing, and so on, it's not clear to me how that will progress as compared to the corporate centralization of everything. It seems like both dynamics are happening at the same time, and we're in a position of confusion and indeterminacy.
Just one quick thing to add to that too, is to keep in mind, is also the fact that this was one of the key points raised in the analysis of this acceleration. I hate this word, but was the fact that there's certain economic structures that we have in place are potentially are limiting the possibilities of what we're doing and where we're putting investments. Like I forget, it's a kind of trivial blog you see where so much money is being poured into the cure for male baldness and not for AIDS treatment or something of this nature, right? Because if you actually find a cure for male baldness, then you're going to be rich in the whole scenario. So I'm just saying that there's a certain moment, I agree with you, there's these parallel things, but there's certain economic structures in place that are potentially limiting where the cognitive and financial resources are going for technology that could be anticipatory.
See, this is something that me and Jason Adams have been thinking about, and hopefully we'll get to write about it. And Jason, actually, I was helping to put this book together for a conference in Prague called Reinventing Horizons, and Jason wrote a very amazing piece there. But we've been talking about this. It's like we have to overcome our fear of global intervention, or re-institutionalizing something like UN, or utilizing something like UN, particularly around issues that are so universal that your local identity does not really make that much of a difference. And what are these that come to my mind right now is like climate change. Doesn't matter if you were from this locality. It could be a sexual identity, or it could be a geographic, ethnic identity. It's income distribution, wealth, the distribution of privilege. And then the third one is cognitive and data. These are universal issues for which humanity has to overcome its fear of global intervention. But we're being so trained into, unfortunately, I'm going to personally put my mind on, 30, 40 years of reading about philosophy, coming out of Heidegger into post-structuralism, into valorizing locality, into valorizing identity, and being afraid of universal action, that we just debilitated into making any kind of like move towards that. And what place to start it is thought and philosophy, and that's why we were interested in creating a new center, because these things are being discussed.
Excuse me, that's a very good gentleman here also.
Are you saying that this pseudoscientific postmodernism and its disgusting child called identity politics is responsible for a lot of excessive racism and nationalism that we're suffering from today?
Sorry, you missed the question because we were.
No, I have a little bit more modest view. I mean, obviously there's a whole slew of extremely important critical thought and a bit more. I find, because again, I mean, going back to Keith's talk, where we have above and below abstraction, right? So we have a whole slew of disciplines that were ushered in to sort of go against the sort of meta narratives of the modernist project, right? Decolonization, queer theory, feminism, subaltern studies, etc. I think these are necessary moves against the tendency to understand meta-narrative in this extreme top-down schematic, like here it is, you've got to plug yourself into our narrative. But there's a price to pay for taking that position to the extreme, which is when you forget that all of these localizations exist in a field condition. And until you bootstrap all those localities into a field context, you end up producing more sort of enclaves, basically. So the point is how do you move between these things? So I'm not ready to throw away 30 years of critical theory philosophy. The point is like each perspective, including my own, has a limited perspective. How do you reattach it to a broader field condition? And I think that's sort of the point of that.
Thanks for that clarification.
I just wanted to just add one thing to what Mohammed said here. The World Federation, in which such primitive tribal identities are not included, is still a better idea, no?
Well, I can actually kind of respond to that because part of what Mohammed and I were talking about in Prague and other people who went to the thing in Prague was basically kind of, you might call it, one way to think about it is kind of, you have representative democracy and you have participatory democracy, right? So representative democracy kind of falsely represents the mass and fails to be adequate. So similarly, you can say it's a bit of a provocative term, but you can say participatory imperialism, so there would be a global participatory thing that indigenous people, formerly colonized governments could be all completely equal in the creation of the global. One minute.
Can I hold back from this? So I want to get back to Ben's point, if that's all right, if I was not getting out of the way. Okay, so yeah, there's a fear of the global in certain kinds of intellectual traditions. It's worth getting over. But there's also this difficult practical question of like the intermediary one and the visual scale rather than I think it's what Ben's sort of issue with bringing up. It's like what Henry's thinking is not where we are. And interestingly, these two tendencies that we're talking about, I think actually it's really important to describe them in that relation. But there's a really interesting reference point here, which is Thorstein Wegel's theory of business enterprise, where he just says this exact thing. He says, look, there's two different tendencies, if you like, in different varieties of work within capitalism. There's the machine process, which is industry trying to bootstrap itself up in order to do more things more efficiently, like outward expansion of technological freedom. And then there's the pecuniary drive, which is commerce. And these two things coexist because commerce is kind of modulating industry. It's making sure that to kind of allocate the resources required to sort of bootstrap up into industry. But what Weber recognized was, because he was writing at the time in Robert Balance, was that the pecuniary drive commercialism can just throw wrenches into the system in order to make money out of it. It's not interested in efficiency or in increasing capacities intrinsically. It really isn't. There's a lot of it's only funded to get money out. So I think it's worth actually kind of re-examining these two different kind of modus operandi and how they're instantiated in our culture.
But do you see those two dynamics? One being the machine of increasing economic efficiency, the other being sort of willy-nilly pecuniary opportunism.
But it's not willy-nilly. There is an important sense in which the commercial is what is modulating and handling like the concurrency.
I think in Hong Kong we see both of these. We have a humongous financial industry, which is a machine that processes $9 trillion each day through one building. And then you have all sorts of trading of objects in all different shapes and sizes in and out of China. Yet I feel like the dynamic you see with open source software, open source hardware, free dissemination of courseware and education, I don't feel like that's the same as either of those things. I think it feels like a different dynamic.
Well, I might see it. It's the two things that David describes. Like his whole point is he thinks he's going to have one that's going to win, right? And that's a vector through which it's possible for what he calls the machine impulse to get rid of its kind of commercial shackles.
That uses the word sabotage. It's about like finance and banking or the factory owners sabotaging the actual machine production. So it's like Beckman wants to get rid of sabotage. So contrary to popular belief, the job of the boss and the financier is to sabotage the workers' work. So unless you really to look at it in terms of sabotage, you will not be able to really get to the bottom of this contradiction that if you want to get more into it, I recommend reading Milton and Fitzgerald's Capital as Power because they really pick up on that.
I feel like it's more like a dysfunctional person who is ongoingly self-sabotaging while they keep on doing stuff. Because the financial system keeps growing, getting stronger and stronger, and enabling all this other activity which does act against it. But this yin and yang thing, they both support each other while they sabotage each other, and they just keep on going and growing that way.
It's like a dysfunctional marriage, right? And there just needs to be divorce. Just like
around computational resources distribution and open source optimism, I was thinking again about what profession you're doing is the processing that does not speak, processing without speaking. What was that line? Greta doing is
action is the way that a process speaks.
Yeah. Okay, so with a little bit of all that together, thinking about our local limit of machine learning and deep neural nets with big data, algorithms that are not sophisticated, but training corpuses that are like ginormous and I don't know if sophisticated is the word, but right now distribution of artificial intelligence is predicated on access to like the corpus and the processing resources. But after that local limit, after we're all tired, after we're all bored of like the statistical centricity, and we develop a logic of generality and just like it fits on like one page of code and generality or even intelligence, and it doesn't even have to be general. It could be a form of narrow intelligence that does not require the statistics, the data resources and other kinds of resources. That would move us in a direction. So that would be a point where open source would really do something. I mean, I personally don't see like something radical on the level of like multiple billions of people with open source because the knowledge access is still tremendously more complicated than making a project open source. The access to the knowledge to operate it is so complicated. Just like the access to the computational power to run it is tremendously more complicated. Does that connect?
Okay, so here's an example. This is something. When I talk about this idea of cognitive liberation from collectivization, like creating certain kinds of collective, structures. Open source projects are a good example of this, as are cooperatives are a very traditional example of this, buys cooperatives, right? But here's a kind of modern example that I kind of can't believe exists. And so, everybody aware of GitHub? GitHub is great because it enables you to just share all of your coding data. If there's a project you're involved in and you want to do something with it, you can engage with it, or you can fork it and try and do something different. So it's the general impact, like just in form for code. Right? Why isn't there this for business models? Right? Why won't we aim to just automate all business logic so that we don't compete with business logic? Right? In markets, like if you want markets to do what theoretically you want them to do, which is either increase quality or decrease price, right? Then really what you want is just competition over products, not competition over the logic required to get it, right? So why can't I just, if I want to open a coffee shop, this is the example I was thinking, if I want to open a coffee shop, why can't I just go on to GitHub, just like get the instance of coffee shop business model, plug some resources into it, instant website, accountancy, payroll, all of the stuff that for most people is the difficult bit, right? Why can't all of that just be automated and I just care about making money? You're giving startup ideas out. If someone does it, brilliant, like it shouldn't exist.
And most of it doesn't, it's just hard to use, actually.
It doesn't.
There is automation software like that, which is open source, which can be downloaded from GitHub. It's just has an annoying interface, and you have to build it, and then you have to know something to do that.
What you want is you want it for the person on the ground who doesn't understand anything.
Yeah. And that's the weakness of open source traditionally, is easy to use interfaces for the non-geek to figure out. That's a weakness of our own AI code too at this moment.
That's the problem. That's the meso scale problem.
Okay. Okay. This is going back a little bit, but this is a question about your response to Ed about language and relationship to levels of scale. So regarding levels of scale, there are cases where it's not necessarily that there are processes and functions that do transition between levels of scale. For example, quantum mechanics was well known, not to scale to biological temperature requirements, but it's not the case, right? Quantum processes show up in anything that's both aesthetic, including marine algae. There's some indication that quantum tunneling occurs in human action. So there's that model of transition across borders between levels of scale, but that applies to language either in its formal definition, as you mentioned, or in computational linguistics, where you can actually code, if you can identify those processes in language that which would be relevant across levels of scale. Is there any work being done on that? And what do you think of the ideas of?
Well, I mean, I prefer not to talk about this in terms of quantum mechanics.
No, that was just that was just an example.
Yeah, what I think future of language. Obviously, a lot of work being done on natural language processing, but I think that's also at the level of conceptual and theoretical scale is really mentioned. Precisely because I think one of the most fundamental questions is that yes, we have this encoding of processes that can be very done different ways syntactically, formal languages. And basically, you also do some encodings, different kinds of structure. I think one of the really key things in the future of artificial language is that how to preserve the best parts of formal language,
precisely because you see that national languages and formal languages, in fact, are being operated via different cognitive principles. And there is this excellent book by Brazilian philosopher, mathematics, Catarina Weiss. What is the title? The structure of formal language. Cognitive analysis. That she goes and talks about neuroscientific analysis, national language versus formal language. They're quite different.
How does she analyze the Lojban?
Sorry?
You know the language of Lojban?
No.
It's a speakable form of predicate logic. It is a formal language that a group of about 300 geeks uses for natural language communication. So I just wonder,
Well,
how that fits there.
The thing that she really, I think, that is, I think, her, a few things that natural language is essential. I think one of it is real is the global language, which formal languages are, we have non-monotonic logics, but they don't have a kind of global language that allows you to really go across various scales of vagueness and basically your extreme radical context sensitivity in natural language.
Isn't also part of the differentiation and how to compensate for this, the role of metaphor in natural language? I mean, we can say that our language
metaphors, analogical transfers, gestures, so many things. It has basically different kind of, but that's basically part of
I guess this is kind of a digression, so we shouldn't go too far. But I want to point that actually Lojban, which is adaptation of predicate logic for everyday human communication, has much more flexible use of ambiguity than natural languages. So these things are a bit subtle, but are hard to dig into too much.
Yes. Well, we have
L-O-J-B-A-N, Lojban.
The problem with Lojban is that it's got logic, it's got structure, predicate, calculus, right?
Yeah.
Where does the content of the predicates come from? And the content of the predicates is essentially going to be implicitly defined. And really, the question is whether the predicate calculus structure you build a grammar of the language is actually sufficiently expressively strong to even give you any purchase on those implicit definitions.
It seems to me.
I mean, I doubt it. We can have a
Touch on top level Lojban. Oh, do you speak Lojban?
It's sort of expressively rich enough for translating between it and English, right?
And between English and an AI's internal representation.
Yeah, but this is like I don't know if you know David Stone in natural language semantics and all that philosophy. It's the least interesting kind of natural language semantics that's ever been done, right? And that's all perfectly happy with first order predicate calculus, right? It's terribly interesting. I suspect it's the same thing. Yeah, you can go towards white if you want to go towards white. And you can go, but do you speak Lojban or whatever that would be for others, right? Or if you want to actually talk about how predicates get content rather than just translating between existing languages.
Yeah, the grounding of predicates is a different issue. I would say we're using Lojban in our AI system now. So I could say that Lojban sweeps away a lot of the trivial, annoying, messy issues that arise with natural language. And it doesn't sweep away the deeper issues of how does language relate to thought and how does language relate to the world. It just sweeps away a bunch of muck that gets away from, that distracts from those deeper issues.
What about predicate negation? Right? If you use classical logic.
But there's multiple negations in Lojban. It's not just classical predicate logic.
It's not just classical.
No, there's several different kinds of negations.
So one thing and that's one of the things that Pete and I are working on. I think, and that's why I said that I think artificial languages that are going to preserving some of the best parts of formal languages, some of the properties of natural language. I think some of the logical frameworks that are appropriate for this kind of, precisely the kind of logical frameworks that are based on the notion of interaction. We have more sophisticated forms of game semantics, operational semantics, ludics by Jean Girard for computative logic by Guillaume Japaridze. These are, I think, far more better and more of a kind of natural, dummy natural language, precisely because they trace how syntax semantic pragmatics interface emergence without introducing predetermined procedural rules.
Yeah, I mean, the cool thing about Lojban is there's enough vocabulary you can actually use it. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, there's a community of geeks who communicate with it on Slack every day, and there's a parallel corpus, and we can translate English to Lojban and back and forth using an AI system. So they actually built it up enough that people really can communicate with predicate logic. There probably is something to be learned from that experiment, although it may not be obvious what at this point. And then you wonder if at some point an AI would prefer to communicate that way than in English, just because the variety of diversity there suits it better than the one in natural languages, or perhaps will invent its own way of serializing thought and force us to learn that to talk to it.
There was a question here with this gentleman.
So I want to come back to something that Ben was talking about earlier. It feels like we're at a point in history where the scientific community, particularly the AI community, has massive power to influence the future of the planet because it can really influence the future of life. And as you said, there's this interesting tension between the community having the know-how and the commercial world seeing the commercial opportunity in hijacking what could be an abundance technology and saying, no, let's use it for profit. So my question is, how does the AI community have the courage to back up all the stories about we can create abundance, we can rewrite economic systems? What does it take the AI community to say we're not going to take the silver dollar?
That's just not what's happening, though. I mean, there's vastly more AI researchers working on ad placement than on using AI for curing disease or doing education.
Well, that's the point. How do you get the AI community to stand behind those messages of creating abundance and making it a public good, rather than letting it be dominated by the corporate world and investors?
Well,
I want to say something. It's not from like the scientific side of things, so just taking it back. It's like, and I'm referencing other people. Basically, it's like I'm like going with ideas already expressed by Peter Gallison and Lorraine Gaston. It expressed these sort of like, so if you take the scientific community and analyze the work according to Gaston and Gallison, right? Their work involves, or the worldview is shaped by the practices and the virtues. So if you want to like actually influence the way scientific worldview is produced, you want to either talk about transforming the practices that the scientists do, the tools, and what they do at work, and the production of self-good that happens through the practice of work, and the production of self-good on the side of virtues, right? Basically, the challenges, like Wilfred Sellers talks about, it's like it's sort of like the ability to transfer something from the scientific side to the manifest side, to transform what these virtues are. So basically, it's about having 10 more homes in Southern California and 20 more yachts is not a good actual virtue, because that's the problem. And arts and humanities have failed in the 20th century to question these type of emerging virtues that now are shared between very low level of society to like hip-hop language or whatever you want to call it, with the middle class who always wants to be higher in the middle, and the rich who wants to have 10 chefs to come and cook for them and to hire and hire. So these virtues have to be revolutionized and transformed also for the scientific community.
So my question is, how do you start that? How do you get
in the culture, in the arts, in our novel?
It's also, you mentioned, sorry, just give us how it is. You mentioned Babel on self-help, right? At the commercial side is self-help, the other side. The other side is counter self-help, right? And that's a local, like, little thing. That's doing things like creating cooperative platforms that look out the pics of the economic niche space. Right? You create a competitive Uber that just fills it, does it more efficiently.
From the side of practice.
Yeah, but those are like little particular things that you can do rather than, that's not the same as getting everyone to agree that what we need to do is.
I want to give two quick answers to that. One is that maybe the technological acceleration and the capability for abundance goes so fast that even though society wastes 99% of the brain power of AI researchers on ad placement and other ridiculous things, the other 1% is still enough to bring universal abundance. And that's certainly possible. And the other aspect is if some percentage of AI researchers working on, for example, open source AGI projects, create AGI in a way that's not owned by large corporations and is not exclusively focused on making profits for a small group. I mean, whether that open source initiative gets there first or gets there a year or two after Google does or Baidu does, I mean, that may still be enough to bring the benefits and make everything more participatory. So you don't actually have to have the majority of resources being focused in a good way to bring about a generally pretty good outcome.
Are you comfortable that that's happening? That there's even though it's small and critical enough mass, trying to create mass abundance will benefit us all?
It seems the case so far, and this gets subtle in terms of AGI and AI technologies in a way that someone in the back of the room mentioned before. So the current breed of AI technology that's getting the most press, which is deep learning, deep reinforcement learning, among many other shortcomings, has the property that it requires a huge amount of money to apply it to good effect, because you need a huge amount of machines and a huge amount of data. And I think the fact that these algorithms need so much data is because they're not that smart. And they need more data than the human baby does to learn, right? So as you get more and more generally intelligent algorithms, they won't necessarily require that much data and that much hardware power to do what they do. And then they can be more democratically developed and deployed. So it gets quite subtle that some varieties of AGI algorithmics are of a nature that can only be applied if you have a huge amount of money and data, and then others can be applied more generically. Right now, I think there's a lot of cool stuff happening in open source, and even big companies have really pushed open source this stuff to get the contribution and feedback from everyone else. And Silicon Valley, while sucking up a lot of wealth and distributing a lot of useless apps, is also distributing free courseware throughout all the world. So I do think right now there is a lot of democratization and a lot of positive development happening alongside all the concentration and all the wastage of resources. But still, I mean, it blows my mind when I fly back from Africa to Hong Kong. It's nothing but Rolex watch signs and Louis Vuitton luggage. And you're like, how can we be spending so much resources on 100,000 US dollar analog timepieces, which keep time worse than a $2 digital watch made across the border in China, right? It's weird, but yet in spite of all that waste, we are generally uplifting.
But I'm sure you agree that the answers are not just scientific and technological, and the political and the cultural and the environmental, and they need to be sort of addressed at all these levels. Because if you relegate it all to technology to take care of this, there's no technological determinism that we should kind of like stay away from. I mean, it's visual thinking to think like the natural progression of technology will take care of it, because the other technologies, just the thinking about those things, and some technologies also have to be.
What looks like the natural progression of technology from 10,000 feet up actually is many human actions made with all sorts of goals and cultural values and so forth.
We should grab to move to our final slide.
So I just wanted to say, feel free to join us in the News Center. All the information is on newscenter.org. Please become a member. We have 400 hours plus videos by our instructors there that members can access and watch. And yeah, so yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Super thanks to the News Center.
I don't know. I'm not sure. Maybe it would be better there, but that can work. Yeah, that can work really well. Yeah. Yeah. We're going to move on to our final panel, folks.
Philosophy that into the AI wasn't
You have a PowerPoint.
Got some of those pillars.
Oh, you're presenting.
Yes.
Tony. Thank you. Elliot, do you have anything to put on the computer? Okay, okay. I'll introduce everybody. No, in fact, I'm going to play Benjamin Bratton's video first. I'm going to play Ben's video first. It's about 10 minutes, so.
PowerPoint. Second one.
Okay, great.
Just check the angle.
Oh, sorry.
It's so dark. Where are you?
Just make sure it works, shall we? Yeah. Yep, looks good. Okay. There is still a memory stick up here with a bunch of keys, guys.
It's a red memory stick. That's
Okay, all. We're going to continue to the final panel, and we'll be joined remotely by Benjamin Bratton for this. He pre-recorded a talk for us, and then Vlad Bowen and Elliot Sharp. I will introduce the panelists, and then I will play Benjamin's video. Benjamin Bratton, his work spans philosophy, art, design, and computer science. He's professor of visual arts and director of the Center for Design and Geopolitics at the University of California, San Diego. He recently founded the school's new speculative design undergraduate major. He's also a professor of digital design at the European Graduate School and visiting faculty at SCI-Arc, Southern California Institute of Architecture. Vlad Bowen is the executive director of the Cosmism Foundation. He's a former professor of philosophy, teaching European philosophy, existentialism, and philosophy of science. Modern cosmism is the theory of cosmic evolution, including other universes, where superintelligent life plays an important role. We assume that in the distant future, some advanced civilizations will pass their biological stage of development and become united. Post-humanity may join these civilizations and thus fulfill our ultimate mission if we can successfully overcome certain great filters on the long way to our next evolution steps. Some of Vlad's recent lectures and seminars can be found at cosmism.com. And Elliot Sharp. Elliot Sharp leads Sysorg, Orchestra Carbon, Terraplane, and Tectonics, and has pioneered the use of fractal geometry, chaos theory, and genetics in musical composition and interaction. Elliot has been featured at festivals, New Music Stockholm, Darmstadt, Donaueschingen, and Alprintemp, and is the subject of the documentary film Doing the Don't. His composition Storm of the Eye appears on violinist Hilary Hahn's Grammy-winning album in 27 pieces and Turing test for the Neue Vokalsolchen Stuttgart, premiered at the Venice Biennale in 2012. Sorry, Elliot, my German is not good today. Sharp was awarded the Berlin Prize for Music Composition for 2015, a Guggenheim Fellowship in 2014, a fellowship from the Center for Transformative Media in 2014 as well, and he spent a year with us, a fantastic year working with CTM. In 2015, he was awarded the Jahres Prize from the Deutsche Schallplattenkritiks for Terraplane, 4 a.m. Always, the prize in 2008 for the solo CD concert in Dachau, and in 2004 for the orchestral CD Racing Hearts, Tessellation Row, Calling. In 2003, Elliot received a fellowship from the Foundation for Contemporary Art. He's collaborated with Radio Symphony Frankfurt, Debbie Harry, Frankfurt's Ensemble Modern, Steve Buscemi, Qawwali singer Nusrat Fateh Ali Khan, blues legends Hubert Sumlin and Pop Staples, pianist Cecil Taylor, multimedia artist Christian Markley and Pierre Huey, and Bachar Atra, the leader of master musicians of Jujuka. So I will run the video that Benjamin has provided us as a way to kick off this panel.
Hi, it's Benjamin Granton in Correa, California. Unfortunately, I'm not able to join you in New York for the conference that Ed put together, which is quite extraordinary meeting of the minds, and certainly my loss for not being able to join the conversation. I have, however, at your request, put together some thoughts I'd like to share with you. Requested you 5 minutes, which I keep as close as I can. And this is on my notes here on automation, in particular application of this specific AI, one that needs increasingly more towards material strategy for general AI as well. And in thinking about this, the automation and infrastructure scale in terms of what I call the stack in the recent book, we look instead of looking for some master switch that will provide a sort of straightforward infrastructural determination of some straightforward public sphere. We focus, I think, or should, on something probably a little bit more like evolutionary robotics. And through this, we look at how the systemic complexity may be less through some inevitable algorithmic unfolding from our arbitrary initial states, then through the adaptation, incorporation, and interweaving of multiple programs and signals and niches and boundaries in proliferating intelligent age, or at least it should. And so robotics, I guess, so increasingly less useful word, right? Is defined in this not only as singular tetrahedral automatons, but as a wider cast term for both organomorphic and non-organomorphic species programmed to respond and learn and act in particular ways. And for this evolutionary robotics, we refer to techniques for automating, I'm sure it's on its nose, for automating how those automatons might learn new programming from distributed, something like distributed machine artificial cognition. Now, for deep learning, we as one of the methods for AI networks based on discrete nodes arranged in layers of artificial neurons, which we gather patterns of intensive connection and disconnection to simulate something like pattern recognition and problem solving. ER may apply that process to a population of physical creatures and set them on the task of solving a particular mechanical feat to open an unfamiliar door, for example. Now, directed and supervised trial and error is thus put to work until some robot figures out how to do something difficult, which one solutions share in a sort of neo-Lamarckian fashion among the other systems population. Now, DL, deep learning, links nodes to create a composite thinking machine built up of artificial synaptic intensities like neural networks, whereas ER may group organisms into populations and distribute an intelligent solution from one to another, obviously very schematic, and still, importantly, one might be embedded inside the other, and quite often is. Now, this is not the only way that an incorporation of human systems into expanded AI and evolutionary robotics inspired urbanism which is, I guess, my concern here, might be focused. And this is so because there isn't ever really a clean separation between the body and distributed cognition on the one side and practice on the other. And so in relation to the division of labor or the redivision of labor that a pervasive automation might entail, this may involve, on one hand, as suggested elsewhere, a shallower capacity for each of us to do more things. Because automation is always a partial automation. There are also some aspects of the project's calculation and execution can be with a machine or an animal, for example. And so automation may make it easier for people to do more things, surgery perhaps, but because more of what makes those things hard cognitively physically is performed by the system user. And so the depth of knowledge necessary to do that thing is necessarily, or as a result, shallow. And so the question of deep learning is who or what is an automation, or who or what is automated, is partially then displaced, and what happens then. And it's not, this isn't a one-way process. This process of a kind of concentric prostheticization of the automation from human out into this concentric circles of machines is not the actually appropriate function for it to be thinking, to first be started from. Offloading labor, and we do this also at a macroeconomic scale. We see offloading labor overseas, where robots replacing robots replacing humans, and then elsewhere humans replacing robots, perhaps because they're cheaper. And so we see this conversion. We observe, in essence, humans automating what previously had been machine labor and automating it in some way. And this is perhaps the more kind of conversion, this is the more general principle. Now, in a more sociological perspective, you might say that at various times the mutual genetic, prosthetic, endogenous, exogenous incorporation of living and non-living bodies, and a mutual evolution of the same, of these locates and differentiate similar and dissimilar forms by sometimes strange and non-essential categorical pairings. First, it's not only that technologies evolve in relation to living bodies, as distributed cognition or simultaneous genetics, but vice versa as well. The biological and sociological fabrics of species are configured in both in relation to those technologies, but also as technologies of those technologies. And thus, I guess we say that in this more nature's distribution of these arrangements and segments, morphological or corporeal differences between a person and machine or non-human beast or burden, for example, and also arbitrary governing differences between a citizen and an immigrant, an adult or a child, for example, are at stake. And we see that rotations from human to non-human in the course of what this plays out. And differently so in different countries and different cultures, which might motivate or deter the adoption of robotic automation or acceptance for similar reasons. In Japan, for example, where as is well known, more restricted immigration policy, or partially at least of what was seen and what Japanese commentators have observed as a xenophobic predispositions, underwrites the development of robotic in therapeutic applications that the tandem to Filipinos might have. Some might otherwise believe the conceptions of genome geography and their collaboration to arrange and identity politics of AI that is different from what played out and is played out around, for example, autonomous vehicles, which may be seen to emasculate sovereign drivers, or for example, different use of drones to use national borders, etc. But perhaps the different inherent differences between these are differences of slippage and displacement, rather than within say a composite genetic formula of mutual prostheticization and automation, rather than differences of kind in how these autonomies are extended and extended embodiment and replacement and substitution play out. The animal standing for the algorithm for the animal, the robot for the slave, the immigrant for the child, the machine for the labor, and so forth. And in this, we would also want to attend to the fact that when we speak of an evolutionary progress, we only ultimately, in terms of competitive natural selection, but also sexual selection, and how it is that these become mixed in one way or another, how it is that one within the evolutionary progress scenario, one entity would convince another to share the code in a certain way, how this program of seduction, if you like, might play out. We assume that the interest in researching what's called soft robotics may have some role to play, probably more for human connection to these than to the machine connection to the machines, but who's to say. Now, and I want to look at the point that in this question of displacement and replacement, it shouldn't be seen, and the reason to presume, but it shouldn't ultimately be seen in terms of more clearly defined hierarchy of privileged positions that would automate the contribution of non-privileged positions, and maybe those who occupy those positions increasingly superfluous, certainly a track, but not the ultimate in this most interesting. AI, information labor, and the coordination of automation, mainly, which we assume provides for not only the inversion of those kinds of scenarios, but much more interesting science. Okay, I'll try to then quickly wrap up. We want to say that, I guess, that say something about the initial part of this question, not confusing the initial application to the AI with these ultimate central qualities. And I guess I think of this in terms of the problem of state condition, initial state problem, that the implication for this automation is in the way initial state problem. It's overdetermined by what are ultimately arbitrary conditions. And like any complex systems, how things ends up, it's not only down to the interrelation of forces, but also to what the condition was when those things are set in motion. So that very small differences at the outset cascade into huge differences in output. Well, of course, with the initial state problems. Now, in inserting automation into our current socio-technical arrangement, arbitrary hierarchies are themselves distorted functions that would steer outcomes to arguably suboptimal and even disastrous directions. These include the obvious and less obvious intersection of projections of race, class, gender, and colonialism. In other words, simply, I guess, as I was saying to someone, the data automation systems, Chad from Choate, Choate is a prep school in Connecticut. Chad from Choate is an initial state, and he is a problem. So then, I'll just conclude with this remark. We might plot out instead what's possible for the automation systems in ways that would be towards much more alien renewal of infrastructures of not only generalized intelligence, but generalized artificial intelligence, generalized artificial ingestion, and artificial assemblage. Deeper post-humans, I suppose, because of in spite of those interesting conditions. And perhaps by reversing those outcomes, by training our speculative faculties from a design for debate, probably more interesting, important type of new norms, we may have a better sense of how to train and to be trained by automation, particularly algorithmic automation, and to steer those and come about those initial state conditions directly. We may deduce, in other words, a better map of the absolute theoretical space, or the larger theoretical space of urban competency as a landscape for evolutionary robotics more generally. The city as a Turing machine, majority city, in which humans are essential and voluptuous component, inculcated as we are, and maybe with hard and soft animal vegetable So thank you for your attention. Apologize for going a bit over approximately campus against the time that I would have participated in some of the question and Q&A. I look forward to watching the video of all this and wishing you all a good evening. Thank you. Bye.
It's always strange. Do you applaud when a video finishes? Sure. And I'd like to invite Vlad up.
I represent Cosmos Foundation here. We're going to talk today about the cosmos as a suggestion for a bigger picture. Where is artificial intelligence and artificial life forms, and the super intelligent life forms will play an important role. That's what the cosmos is about. It's important to set the final goal, the ultimate reason where we're going to. It's more philosophical question than technical questions here. As Seneca suggested that we should know where we're going, then we have a favorable wind. Wind means here is a technology. So if we don't know exactly where we're going, so no wind will be favorable. So we'll have no idea which technology will help us to get there, or an opposite. The Cosmism is about 100 years old. Doctrine was originated in Russia. This is Nikolai Fedorov. He was the father of the Cosmism. He suggested some kind of a strange but interesting idea of how to reanimate our ancestors because they, in technological way. So his most interesting idea is technological immortality as a possibility for future of the humanity. Konstantin Tsiolkovsky is the father of the Russian Cosmism, I would say, also as a space research program. He's famous for his concept of radiant humanity. He believed that in a distant future, human will become more like light forms or in the fields, and they will populate in the whole galaxy and the universe, and we will have a happy life there. Nikolai Roerich, there is a museum of Roerich in New York I suggested to visit. He's a kind of esoteric cosmism. He specialized in the art of delivering the holistic energy system of the universe. So you feel the energy when you see his pictures. And in a more modern time, Vladimir Vernadsky, he's the author of the idea of a noosphere. When you see the Earth from the space in the nighttime, you can see lots of the lights there, and probably like 50 light years away, we announce ourselves in the galaxy. Everybody can see there is a intellectual life in the planet, so that's represent the noosphere. And probably I should put the vanguards on here as well. These are 5 pillars of the modern cosmism. The most important, I should remind you, that every cell, be very well connected to the cosmos. Every cell in our body has a water. Those water not domestic, so it came from the cosmos, from the copper belt. Every atom in our body was cooked in the core of the star. So we're very well connected to the cosmos. We came from the cosmos. As a matter of fact, the cosmism suggests the idea of a panspermia, whereas life came from the different sources in the universe. It wasn't born here. Interesting idea of the modern cosmism is we can make the parallel comparison with the tree in our universe. The tree has a DNA. DNA consists of all information about the tree and organic life. And the same way as a super intelligent life is playing the role as a seeds, as a concentration of all information about the universe, because only the knowledge, the human knowledge, and eventually the knowledge of a super intelligent lives will contain the information about the universe, and the super intelligent life will be in charge to produce or to initiate the new universes in our cosmos. It's a very global idea, a very inspiring idea from my point of view, because we are part of this long chain of mission to create the new universe. As a matter of fact, some modern cosmologists like Alan Guth talking about how to create a universe in the lab. So it's not an outrageous idea. It's coming. And we are part of this great big picture, hopefully, if we will pass certain filters. The second pillar I would say is the profound nature of the reality is digital. That's what modern cosmism believe. Our mind and the reality have the same roots. That's how we understand the universe. That's how we understand the logic of the nature. We have a same DNA, same roots, same digital representation. And that's how the super intelligent lives in the future, in the very distant future probably, can influence this operation system of the reality through a specific channel or the portal. Those portal we call the luciverum came from the Latin words lucem, which light, and verum, reality. So it's light reality. It's a universal home for super intelligent life. I don't think the super intelligent life will stay in the planets. So the Earth is not actually the great place for super intelligence, because we all depend on oxygen, depend on atmospheric pressure, and the water. You can hold your breath for more than 1 minute and you lost your consciousness and you lost the interest to life. So it's a kind of a new way to see the our next place to resign, to move from the Earth to different stage. Probably you can make a comparison with the concept of a Dyson sphere around the star, or Matryoshka brain, where is a super brain hanging somewhere in the middle of the space and taking the energy from the sun directly, or as I suggest, it's a 0-point energy. Possibly is a minimum energy of the vacuum space. The 4 pillars is we can join the advanced civilization and fulfill our ultimate mission. We have many filters. When you're talking about the Fermi paradox, so why we belong in the universe, why we don't see other civilizations. One of the reasons, because many civilizations are not going to pass certain filters, like nuclear war, or perhaps some kind of evil artificial intelligence who destroyed the humanity, and many other filters. However, the cosmism believe that from the humanity will depart super intelligent lives quietly. Like humanity depart from the Africa a long time ago and to become the human civilization. So it's always happened from the big things departing the little small things which will dominate it in the future. So the post-humans will interact with the super intelligent lives, but eventually super intelligent lives will take its own way to the luciverum, to the different reality, and fulfill its mission by the initiating the new universes. Some cosmologists even suggest that the black holes is a perfect place for super intelligent life forms, because it's connected to the parallel universes. It's connected to the most information around the galaxy, because when the things going deep inside the black hole, it's disappearing, but the information is preserved in the surface of the black hole. So lots of interesting ideas. the technology, how the life, superintelligent life will emerge is probably always is the mind uploading artificial consciousness and artificial intelligence. And the new computing technology, referring probably to the quantum computing. The problem what the superintelligent lives will see in the future, that they're gonna miss some kind of a human energy, human perceptions, and human awareness. And that's the mind uploading technology will be some kind of a trap when the superintelligence can take from us what's most important for us. That's our human personality, but they will need it in order to proceed to the next evolutionary steps. So lots of controversial, strange ideas. However, that's what happened. This is a big pictures of the universe. That's from the modern cosmism. Everything came from nothing and will return to nothing. And we're talking about the big circle of the being. We're here, as you can see, it pointed somewhere an arrow of the universes. So everything came from nothing according to the Buddhism, according to the cosmism, and we will return. But the meaning of life between those two nothingness the meaning of living organism. Living organism is always about the birth and death and the reproduction, self-reproduction. So I personally strongly believe that we came here in this world to fulfill certain missions. The nature doesn't give a existence just for fun. Certainly we'll have fun, but we'll have missions also. So the mission is intelligent life, is a cosmic, self-containing, self-emerging. That will work like this. From the Big Bang, you see the time for inflation, then the stars, black holes, then somewhere superintelligent life will create certain artificial singularity, which will ignite the new universes, and that's how the beautiful cosmos will exist. We'll talk about this later, because probably the most advanced civilization will have access to some kind of an existential code, the operation system of the reality, which can be influenced or even modified. And this is a Fermi paradox. I like very briefly to touch. It's an important part of the cosmism, why we don't see the alien civilizations, for a good reason probably. You can see many reasons. Currently they have about 50 different reasons why we don't see our friends, why we feel very lonely in this universe. My favorite, because they move to different universes. Our universe may be not the best place for life to exist. So maybe super intelligent life with a mega consciousness can create more suitable universe to exist for themselves. That's it. Thank you.
Sure.
Just like that? Yeah, that's okay. This is streaming, so don't. Thanks.
Well, thank you, Ed. And is this on? Yeah. And thanks to everyone else for their contributions. No one had asked me to be part of this. I decided to just jot down some things that I gleaned in my studies and some questions that I hope might be fodder for our discussion. And I'll just read this text and we can continue. We believe that our minds define ourselves, not just in the ever-changing present, but projecting back into our past and forward into our futures. Our minds transmit and receive data in a continuous feedback loop, constantly updating our state of being and inputting new information into our perceptual system. a process essential to our survival. The search for the nature of this mind of ours has been a puzzle and inspiration for both reflection and generation, extending back to the dawn of self-awareness. With new discoveries daily, our minds have become plastic and mutable, digesting and accepting new definitions and generalizations, some of which are contradictory, even mutually exclusive, some of which are enlightening and clarifying. With every positive advance in knowledge of the physical and chemical workings of the brain, in a paradox worthy of Zeno, humans still remain woefully distant from complete knowledge of the nature of our own consciousness. Gödelian concepts apply as well to our self-awareness. With self-perception nested in self-perception, do we perpetuate self-deception? Can we break out of the framing that we have and actually know this mind? As we verge on a time when Turing tests will be aced by AI toddlers, how will we recognize the mind of the other when we're still not absolutely clear as to its nature in ourselves? We might say that our craniocentrism blinds us and deafens us. Certainly our very anthropocentrism has limited our outlook. It's only been in the most recent decades that humans have graciously admitted that other animals might indeed possess consciousness. The common belief has been that consciousness and memory reside in the brain, in fact are synonymous with the brain. But can we dismiss the notion that not just memory, but mind itself cannot be divorced from organs and muscles, from viscera, from the bubbling neurotransmitter stews that drift out into the very air around us? It might be said that every sight we see, every sound we make or hear, every move or shift, every pheromonal handshake is part of the free-floating and expanding consensual reality that is mind. Even though our hardware has been running for hundreds of thousands of years without an update, our software is continually transforming to accommodate new modes of data transfer and processing, new definitions and frameworks. It's no longer a radical notion that our individual memories have been externalized in the metaphor of a cloud. And if the memories can be external to the person, then could identity itself, the individual consciousness, also be externalized? Would a conscious entity with no physical locus conceive of themselves in the same way as an embodied one? How would their perceptual systems function? What are the possible input and output devices for such a mind? What would the mechanism of internal feedback be? If a disembodied mind is to interact with the physical world, then what would that interface feel like, both to the mind itself and to anyone outside encountering it? Various notions of AI have advanced in recent years to the point that we believe that interaction with AIs has become a normal part of daily life. But is the I in AI the same I that we think of as intelligence? And is the I of an AI the same I that is truly a sense of selfness? Mechanical processes, even when happening millions of times per second, are not necessarily the same as intelligence, and certainly not consciousness. Will a digital 0-1 on-off mind feel the same, both internally and externally, as a slippery slope chemical mind? Where is the all-important porosity that makes our intelligence what it is? Could it be embedded in a process of knowing and deciding that is based upon the polling of tendencies analogous to quantum states? Explicit expression, but with simultaneously vast amounts of background processing contributing to the flux? I'm waiting for the day that an AI can experience synesthesia and express it. Will an AI ever compose music that rends your heart and soul, or is this reserved for those whose language can't be boiled down to just two states? Is the transcendent mystery of art somehow linked to the root of its generation? There's much in the air these days about how our world is undergoing a singularity and that humanity must prepare itself for massive transformations. Whether this is seen as glorious or apocalyptic depends on the teller, and there are as many definitions of the nature of this as there are tellers. The development of self-awareness in computers is often cited as a primary element of this cusp point. Contact with an alien civilization is another. How will humanity find a commonality of expression to communicate with an intelligence conceivably so different from our own that there is no recognition? We again return to the notion of interface and who controls it. What will the emergent power relationships be? In science fiction, the superior alien intelligence often takes on anthropic form and then speaks English. Will a truly emergent AI condescend to speak to us as equals, or might it demand true peer-to-peer contact and insist that humans rise to the occasion? From a measure of cosmic intelligence and consciousness, humans might be considered to be merely in a larval state. Will we eventually metamorphosize into fully realized beings, able to meet an unfamiliar modality halfway? Can we learn to communicate using airborne molecular polymers, chains of regenerated RNA, flashes of color, qubit packets, modulated sine waves? Will that achievement equal a willingness to let go of our traditional assumptions of mind grounded in physicality? By abandoning these moorings, do we abandon the very core of our humanity? If that is indeed the case, then we might finally ask, is that a good thing or a bad thing? Thank you. Should we up here? Are you going to join us on this? Are you going to join us on this?
Oh, I'm definitely joining this. Yeah. I think if Ben is in the room, he should join us as well. Yes, he is.
Yeah, I have to say I'm a bit starstruck to be in the stage with Elliot Sharp. So that's it. I lived in New York, as some of you know, from '97 to 2001, when my company WebMind was based in on 50 Broadway. And my AI colleagues and I went to an awful lot of your shows at various obscure East Village clubs in that time frame. So it was a lot of great stuff. I haven't followed that much of your music since, but I'm sure it's still been fascinating. So, and I had no idea you were so deeply into all these future science and technology concepts as well. But in hindsight, it's not very surprising, because I can remember in various ensemble pieces mixing improvisation and rules. A lot of the same complexity we now see. Yeah, it's complex self-organizing systems, mixing rules and creativity. So yeah, it's a lot of parallels to what we see in evolving AI systems. And for those of you who haven't heard his music, this is sort of like seeing a speech by Frank Zappa or Rachmaninoff or something. So you got to go listen as well.
Here. Yeah. Elliot and I have had many conversations, so for me, it would be an ongoing conversation at this point. Maybe I can start with something and then we can see who we can pull with that. I've been listening to the second Octal record quite a bit. The Octal record is a record that Elliot made with a beautifully explained instrument that was built by Saltwall. And for me, one of the pretty much revelations in the Octal records is something I anticipated back in the 80s when, again, I first met Ben Grisel. I was listening to Elliot Carter, and specifically the piano sonata, which we'll talk about a bit, and wondering how that could be accomplished on guitar. Not just the piano sonata in terms of texture and tonality, et cetera, but also in terms of the kind of scope of engagement. And so for me, the Octal recordings are kind of doing that. And one of the most important aspects of that is how you're investigating, and this is where I think profoundly deviate from Elliot Carter's work, right, as a composer who composed the piano sonata. I'm thinking of more analyses. In Elliot's work, sound and pattern is an access to a different register of reality. And I think this is where there's a very interesting set of shared interests between what I was talking about, what we're working on, and what the composition of performance, and what we're talking about already. Now, if you haven't heard Elliot's performance, you need to listen to it. But there are a couple of things that take place when you're performing. There's a kind of a series of registers of repetition and pattern that you establish according to
But you might say the music itself is parallel to a thought process, whether it's a meditation upon some source, whether it's working through different, if you want to call them philosophical or mathematical problems. It may be just sound itself. When it really takes it, I think a number of people made this point earlier, when music really takes it, I think when any process one is involved in takes you, you cease to be conscious of the process itself, and you're operating at whether you want to call it machine level or liminal limbic level, or I mean, any metaphor you want to use works, but it ceases to be the thing that can manifest you, but the process underneath.
There's also for me a connection to maybe the idea that certain forms of language would access not purely rational form of creating perception, but an embodied and pre-rational or sub-rational form of being. And obviously dancing and repetition do that. So I actually want us to try to talk about this with the Lee's presentation in her talk, because the way that repetition, movement, dance access and trigger a certain form of both perception, but meditation or cognition is crucial. And so again, it would be interesting to me to hear you talk a little bit about the connections you see between, for example, the Jujuka music and the Jujuka musicians you perform with, and how that has impacted or crept into your own performance, and then how that connects back to this idea of these different registers of reality, different registers of cognition.
Well, one thing you hear in Jujuka music or Tibetan ritual music, African ritual music, any shamanic music, is repetition as a way of breaking down your conscious framing so that you cease to think in the patterns that you're normally used to thinking and operating. Then you go to another level of meditation. And sometimes it is completely outside of the rational. And that's where the shamanic role emerges. And there's different ways that this can be accomplished with repetition. In Tibetan ritual music, you hear different tones coming from closely tuned instruments. The large trumpets, the ragdams, and the dulcens are operating at very low frequencies, and so the different tones that you get then have a very physical vibrational effect. The higher instruments, the shawms, are probably in the range of 1,000 to 2,000 hertz, and those variations then also produce a vibration. And that vibration, maybe you could say, short circuits the rational process in the same way that repetition does. I think humans have always used whatever mechanism they can, whether it's chemicals or exhaustion or fasting, alcohol, to caffeine, to short circuit your normal processes and find another mode of operating.
Well, I just want to remind you that according to the string theory, different vibration creating different types of matter. So it's a very sophisticated theory where the different vibration of different strings, so different realities coming as well as the universe. We all live in the world of the music.
I would recommend Lisa Randall's book, Work Passages, for anyone interested in delving into state of contemporary string theory.
And one thing you mentioned there that interests me is the notion of language and the expansion of the notion of language beyond the ordinary sort of verbal or written communication, which came up in the previous panel in various ways as well. I mean, first thing I thought when you made that remark is that actually our ordinary language is musical, and speaking is sort of a kind of singing, and gesturing is a kind of dancing. So there's the sound and gesture aspect, which is non-rational in most conversations. Actually, it's just in linguistic theory we've tended not to focus on that. But I also think there's more to it than that. I've often thought that when we understand dolphin language, for example, we may find that's a way of communicating using continuous waves rather than discrete chunks. And in music, or many kinds of music, we're often getting at that as well. There's continuous waves and bending and so forth. And you communicate that way rather than discrete symbolic items like we do in the verbal aspect of our linguistic communication. Now, what kind of language advanced AIs are going to have? I mean, that's quite hard to say. Most likely none of the above. I mean, if two AIs can directly exchange thought stuff, in a sense, they don't need language because they don't need to linearize things like we do. But on the other hand, they may still need to translate their internal vocabulary into something that's more collective, just for comprehensibility purposes. So you don't have the linearization purpose, but you do have the need to somehow shoehorn your thoughts into a comprehensible vocabulary or framework for others. So there's a lot of different issues at play there with language, music, communication, and so forth, which come up a lot in the ensemble pieces of yours I saw in 2000, 2001, because you have different people improvising, yet they're constraining themselves by rules to improvise based on what the people around them do. And there's a lot of subtlety there, I guess, to the musician translating between their own thought process and everybody else's.
Well, that particular piece of the connection is syndicated just flocking behavior, and also with the way molecules reproduce each other. But there I was thinking, as you talk about that with AI, what will determine whether or not AIs have any desire to communicate with each other? Only if they are either programmed. The question is then when AI becomes self-programmed, and then whether it follows rules of the say of game theory. Will it be playing non-zero sum games with other AIs, or will they be predatory? Will they be cooperative? I mean, I think with music performed a very important function. It cohered groups of people together. Part of it was language, part of it was just the pleasure of sound and the pleasure that people derived in taking part in this process. But will AIs have pleasure? Will they feel anything? I mean, unless they're programmed to feel that notion of the emotion, the sense of pleasure or avoidance, or whatever, is not programmed in. Why should we develop it?
Because we will teach them and raise them. So
but what if they say, okay, I'm graduated? I'm pretty college.
It's possible. I mean, I think there will be a great diversity of AI minds, and some will probably experience pleasure much more intensely than we are able to, and some may not even have experience that we would recognize as such.
Well, what would pleasure be for a non-somatic system?
Well, maybe not non-somatic, but pansomatic. I mean, AI could synthesize new bodies and occupy different physical and virtual bodies based on whatever suited its cognitive state and desires.
Can I jump in? It's really interesting you guys discuss this because, based on all the research that we gathered, there's actually different dimensions of the music's power we are doing. Most obvious is in child brain development and the outer cognitive decline. Specifically for outers, music and dance actually the only two media that we get into the chest point. And there's a recent study actually showed for the first time Alzheimer's able to reverse at UCLA and Rock Institute, which is very exciting. So this will actually make a huge difference. Before it was like you can slow it down, but you can't reverse it. For the first time, we proved that we can actually reverse it. From the music perspective, it's really interesting. This music, in terms of memory, there's an association of like specific period of time that you experience that type of music. When the music comes back to you, oftentimes that triggers a memory associated with that. So that's one thing. The other thing is the repetition is actually triggers a different side of the brain waves. It sometimes creates repetition effects and different kind of mega waves. However, the dance benefit is a little bit different too because there's study that I mentioned this morning. That one is actually not repetition. The repetition can train your memory. However, that particular study is based on rapid-fire decision making, which is actually not repeating. It's your body is respond to music, and you make decisions in a split second. That's why it turns your brain, and that's why it shows a reduction of dementia. You know, it's really interesting. It's like different dimensions, the powers of music and dance and how you read. And obviously there's this whole buckets of creative possibility, which is the expressions, the creativities, you know, they're able to kind of like release something. And then everybody is different type of media that speaks to them. Even for music, neuroscience actually shows your brain respond to different type of music. And your body naturally responds to different type of movement. So like for us specifically, compared to all the other dance companies, we do not just offer one, we offer all types of dance because that increases the possibility of helping the patient find one of the music actually speaks to them, or one of the movement actually engage them.
I feel like there needs to be a tracking of what Elliot was calling it, kind of this kind of field condition, the sites that we see the sounds. You said pheromone it's the expanding essential reality of its mind. So you're talking about an embodied mind. You're also talking about a mind that's connected to an embodied mind that isn't necessarily embodied the way we do it. But the operations of the body actually directly inflect that.
I mean, it's why you walk into a room of people, you can sense the networks that exist, even though they're not visible. Necessarily defined by the clumpies of people distributed in the room, but the actual, of course, we don't have a perceptual system to make it conscious, but it's a part of our background system that we take in this information of the potential relationships between people that are based on chemical transfers. I think if we have the right, or if we can visualize it, we in our interactions, we exist in you could call it a cloud or mist of connections.
Yeah, I'm also curious about the links to this term that Vlad used, the operating system for reality and the access to it. Again, I mean, this is a term that can be very, very vague, fuzzy, very precise, or it could actually be extremely
yeah, this gets back to the simulation hypothesis, right? Like if in some sense our world is a simulation, the only way that really has any meaning is if somehow you can hack into the infrastructure and hack out into the meta simulation, in which case you're just repeating the whole game over again.
Well, one idea I have about the simulation is that DNA is the game. It's, if somebody somewhere, what do you want to say that? I'm not going to get too complicated. Say, okay, let's create a game. We'll call it DNA and send it over there. Let's watch the game play. So,
yeah.
I mean, why would anyone really be concerned with a lot of the trivia that goes on in any of our minds, let alone the entire planet, to create a game that could be interesting to them, let alone to anyone else. But if you create something that's like a seed and then it turns into a system, that would be interesting.
Well, one sort of theological hypothesis, since we have a bunch of cosmicists on stage, is that someone in another universe just ran a GA, genetic algorithm, created a giant random universe generator. And ours is one of these zillions of random universes that was generated. They just created a whole bunch, seeing what interesting patterns would emerge in each of them. And then the DNA is one of these mechanisms for producing cool patterns. And potentially when they've built enough cool patterns after our universe, they'll shut off and start another one. But let's hope we can hack our way out first.
When I refer to the operating system in reality, I was thinking about many physicists today, not many, but some physicists, not physicists, looking for proof that our universe is digital. Not like what's just digital images in the screen, but some kind of form of reality. When you go deep inside, you will see something. Not exactly pixels, but physics not about the Planck distance. So our space and time are cellular, is structural. We have a minimum distance and have a minimum cannot go deeper. It's a kind of a small features, actually. It's connected to the string theory. The size of the string is approximately like Planck distance. So I'll give you an example. If you imagine the proton the size of the solar system, the string will be the size of approximately like a tennis ball. So it's very small digits, but it's the final one for our universe. And as a matter of fact, it's defining the nature of our universe. So the size of this small Planck distance. For different universe can be different distance, and as we'll set all different constants for a universe. It's called a different universe, not livable universe, for example. So we're very lucky that we end up in this kind of universe. That's called the entropic principle. Only those universes have the right to exist where the consciousness can be developed to observe it, to confirm it. So that's why the operation system, that's how I can try to translate it to our human language operating system. Actually, this is a kind of mathematics. MIT professor Max Tegmark, he's a Korean, he's a famous book about the foundation for realities in mathematics. So we all as a result of mathematical sophisticated formulas.
Yeah, this is Hugo de Garis, who keeps coming up. He has a very amusing essay called "God is an Alien Mathematician." And I mean, the argument is, okay, if we probably live in this simulation, then okay, fine, then that means God is an alien because he was some other God from some other species who programmed this simulation. But if you go back to Eugene Wigner, was the first one to articulate this fully in his article, "The Unreasonable Effectiveness of Mathematics." Like, why are the laws of physics second order instead of 88 trillion order differential equations? Why are these beautiful symmetries so obvious? Why is there so much math in our universe? Obviously, because the alien who programmed us likes math, right?
The ancient Greeks referred to this as logos. Logos.
Looking at
The
the,
Chinese referring to the way of Tao, come from Tao to Chi. So everybody has different names for the logic of this universe. For internal, deep internal logic, that's how the nature operates, the logic of it. That's how we understand it. As I mentioned before, the reality and the mind have the same roots.
Some people like Stephen Hawking and Elon Musk are saying that AI is a great threat to humanity and therefore is evil and it's going to supplant us and destroy us. And it seems like cosmos are only saying, yes, AI is going to supplant us and go beyond us, but this is actually a good thing.
No,
You said it's an optimistic vision of a future that goes beyond.
Yeah, the obsolescence of humanity.
Obsolescence of humanity. How did you decide that that was good rather than evil? Is there a, if Cosmism is a religion, it should have a concept of good and evil, or is it just a philosophy that's empirical?
The AI is inevitable, like technology is inevitable. So they will treat us eventually like we treat our children. So they look on us and they help us as much as they can, like our children will help us as much as we need. But our children will go on their own way. They can help us only for the level we need. Then it will be our choice. We can upgrade ourselves to the new reality or stay where we are. I'm pretty sure the humanity will be divided into two extremes. One will stand earth. They would like tough laws to upgrade themselves. They don't like the biological foundation. And some others will build themselves and go to different reality with AI. But AI will, I mean, I prefer the super intelligent because it will require the consciousness. We barely talk about artificial consciousness, which is critical concept actually, which will require much more than intelligence. So when they will become the mega conscious structure, when they look on us like we look at the animals, we take from animals what we needed. But that's a kind of limits. We have to move forward and go further.
Yeah, I guess when I was recently doing an interview about the future of the economy, and someone was complaining about jobs being assumed by AI. What I said is, the obsolescence of jobs is a feature, not a bug. There's better things to do than work at jobs all day, and creating a bug that's known as to work at jobs is good. So in the same way, I'd say the obsolescence of humanity is a feature rather than a bug. The obsolescence and transcendence of humanity is going to happen, and that doesn't mean, as he says, it doesn't mean all humans will disappear and that will be blown up or stomped on by robots or that we'll all be dead. It means that the artifacts we create will become so much more joyful and intelligent and powerful and have so many more kinds of experience that we have that probably most humans will choose to upgrade themselves into something that we now find unrecognizable. But I see no particularly strong reason to believe that super intelligent superminds that we created and raised would feel like stomping out people who wanted to remain like legacy humans. I mean, that's projecting to my mind a logic of scarcity onto a future of abundance, as we were discussing in the previous panel.
Although this sort of assumes that all humans will go along with the plan, the program, and the growing reality for most people is survival, and the possibility of upgrading your operating system, which is usually a bad idea because it stops working. But the idea of upgrading yourself is going to be, should it occur, it's going to be limited to the very few, the 0.0000001%. Well, I mean, right now, look at I think we live in a time when there's a larger division between the wealthiest and the poorest than there has been since much worse than they built in Europe. And in fact, I mean, this has been said over and over again. There's a lot of people who like to think of themselves as middle class, like to think of themselves as managers or vice presidents, but they're just serfs, and the people who are even below them in the economic food chain are really, I mean, ultimately, I think it comes back to the feudal era that we're living in. And there's an incredible promise, but that promise is just for the technology.
I mean, this year, when I go to our AI office in Ethiopia, in Addis Ababa, all of the employees have smartphones. Last year, one of the staff had a smartphone because one of my friends from Hong Kong gave it to them, right? Now, this year, they all have smartphones, and because these are geeks, they're reading Coursera courses and Wikipedia pages of their smartphones. Now, for sure, these programmers they're getting paid like hundreds of US dollars a month to do advanced C++ programming. So there's a humongous economic divide. It's ridiculous they're paid 1/20th the amount of some guy in Silicon Valley who does the same work. But they have the same phone and the same information, right? So I mean, there's as we discussed in earlier panels today, you have a sort of democratization of information distribution, which is quite interesting, happening alongside this concentration of wealth, and both dynamics are happening. And in a way, maybe both dynamics will happen post-singularity, where you have some minds that assimilate galaxies into their computronium infrastructure, become zillions of times smarter than everyone else. But still, there'll be so much cool stuff around. Others will get molecular assemblers too, and we'll still be way better off than we are now. At least that's one possibility. Yeah.
Oh, well, I mean, to do with survival, I feel like if people will need to use technology to survive. So the people who don't use it will be wiped out or not relevant. And the people who start adapting that are the ones, like the people with cell phones are the ones who will be able to have impact and survive. But another thing I was thinking about or I heard about was kind of super intelligent humans or AI keeping kind of the dumb ones around as like pets. Do you think that's like, maybe not pets, but like almost like a zoo where you can just like watch humanity be stupid?
Like in Futurama, where you have Nixon's head in a jar and
yeah, just like it's kind of something that's fun to look at. Like an old Apple computer for me is like, oh, that's so cool that existed 20 years ago, but nobody uses it anymore.
it seems like that could already be the case.
We may be in the people's who already, we're just too stupid to see out the window to the help with too much of this.
I mean,
I don't know if people know John Lilly's writing he did a few years ago. He was known for dolphin research, and he was into taking heroic, as he put it, doses of ketamine so he could reach his partners, and probably contributed to his demise. But in his autobiography, The Scientist, he talked about how the coming, and this was written in the 80s, so computers weren't anywhere near where they are today. He said, but the future reality is going to be silicon, and what silicon life forms need to survive dryness and cold, what humans and other carbon-based life forms need warmth and wetness. So again, how do we get rid of these creatures that whose needs are diametrically opposed to what the coming silicon hegemony needs? Maybe keep a few around for repairs, but I don't know if that's going to be too necessary in the future. You can teach the machine to do that. Sorry to be.
I was going to say, back circles from the audio issues, that it's one of the things that keeps me up here is that the issue of understanding the motivations and the kind of division of structure and the interests of not just AI but superintelligence is quite important for us. But we have a tendency to like, even recognizing their potential radical alienness, to then collapse all the cases we consider down in like the Skynet case. The only thing we can kind of imagine as commons will survive. In doing so, what we've actually done is like got rid of the fact that like the potential for the desires and interests of superintelligences are like vastly greater now, just as their intellectual capacities are vastly greater. And so the continuity question is the continuity question of the continuity between our interests and theirs. So like, will superintelligences not just kind of find us interesting as like zoo creatures, but will they find jazz genuinely interesting? Like, will they still think like jazz is really quite cool? And then take it in further and more interesting ways, right? Will they still think that like narrative fragments from Homer are kind of relevant to wider sort of cosmic social issues in the way that we still think narrative fragments from Homer are still relevant in our modern era, which is very different.
Or maybe it's more in the way that we like watching waves in the ocean or watching ants walk through the jungle.
It might be about self-conception as well. It might be that something about our self-conception can be preserved continuously. Probably a lot of it, right? But it might be that there is a kind of remnant truth of humanism about the need to kind of self-conceive.
But it could be aesthetic, though. I mean, very simple things still be amazing works of art, even the very complex art. So humans our perversity and peculiarities may have a certain aesthetic value, but the vastly super intelligent.
We can be the seeds around which the crystalline forms are far more interesting than what design growth, right?
Well, that's super interesting in relationship to, I remember a passage in one of Gregory Benford's books, where a human is having a conversation with an alien intelligence, a machine intelligence, that is very interested in the human's capacity for humor. If I remember correctly, it's not sadness, it's humor. The human laughs and the machine basically says, this is really what distinguishes you from us. And I'd like to believe that. It ties back to Weaver's comments about dreaming earlier. You're still here. I mean, I actually wanted to make a set of comments about your invocation of dreaming, not only via Castaneda, and we talked a little bit with Natasha about Castaneda, and I read a shitload of Castaneda when I was a kid, and actually read secondary literature around Castaneda. I'm not an expert, but I have all the skepticism that Natasha voiced too. But there's something interesting in what happens through dreaming. And I have to confess that I got such a thrill out of the fact that Deleuze and Guattari were interested in Castaneda's work. But I actually accessed it then, 20 or 30 years later, through Deleuze's work on cinema. And specifically, you know, and I'm not an expert on Peirce, and I know there are philosophers in this room who like know Peirce inside out, so I'm stepping off into the deep end here. I shouldn't, but Peirce's thirdness and a nesting of firstness and secondness within thirdness to create a memory that is not only aware that it's a memory, or a cognition that's not only aware that it's a cognition, it has a certain amount of deviation from predictability built into it, a certain amount of noise. And so for me, you know, like the dreaming memory that Deleuze invokes and cinema evokes is specifically that moment of chance encounter, this kind of sound images, both dreaming memory, onirism, chance, aleatory, and hence evolution. You know, and so it seems to me that maybe humor, in the Gregory Benford example, is the little extra thing that all AIs have to have implanted in them. They have a human implanted in them, you know, just for shits and giggles, no pun intended. And maybe that's where the chance gets built back into the system, the noise gets built back into the system. I don't know if that's the way that Weaver was talking about dreaming, but that was the first thing I thought of. But then I also think, you know, maybe they'll just be like giant savage weather systems. You know, they'll be like Peter Watts's Aliens in Blind Sight, that they'll be unbelievably computational powerful, and they have absolutely no self-awareness whatsoever. So they'll just steamroll through entire solar systems, you know?
The question is, will we be able to tell whether they have a self-awareness with algorithmic information content vastly beyond our own, or whether there isn't a self-awareness and it's just complex patterns? Maybe from the human view, you'll never be able to tell the difference.
And the same for us, we might have seen just like minuscule cellular automata, or completely invisible.
Referring to the question, super-intelligent life is a kind of integral structure. So they have a existence, will have members, which probably will adopt some kind of a human, not the source, but the energy and the way our perceptions and the self-awareness. So it's will be universal structures. It's all internal rules and regulations, and the multiple presence, and the multiple feeling, or artificial feeling. They can create the feeling that we have no idea how to feel. But it's a big question if you ask neuroscientists what means pain in our body. Very few can give you the right or direct answer. So it's a mystery. And we're very far away to implement the feeling or pain to the artificial systems. And it's ethical questions, should we do this or not? For example, I don't want my refrigerator to be conscious or have any kind of feeling. I want it to do the job. Okay, if we're talking about some kind of intelligent help for us, I don't want them to be conscious. I just want them to calculate. Okay, when we move to the next level, when the artificial consciousness will be created, I don't think that humanity will really participate in this process. That will be an internal problem for artificial intelligence. They will create their own consciousness and probably share with us some kind of a level.
Pain is an interestingly subtle point, because as you probably know, that there is a disease called pain asymptolia. And when someone has pain asymptolia, there's a lesion in a certain part of the brain. They're aware that a pain signal is coming in from a certain part of their body, but it doesn't hurt. They just register it as a pain signal. And now, of course, if a baby were born that way, they would have a very unpleasant childhood, because they wouldn't know that that pain signal meant, oh, I should take my hand out of the fire. And a sufficiently enlightened and evolved and rational adult could have pain asymptolia, perhaps induced by intentional brain modification, and then they would not hurt anymore. But when their hand is in the fire, they would say, oh, there's a pain signal, and take it out. Now, most of us as adults are not mature enough to deal with that anyway. For instance, you know, I don't go to the dentist as often as I should. I'll probably go when my tooth starts to hurt, right? So, however, a super intelligent mind, which is reflective and rational at a higher level than humans, could have the equivalent of pain asymptolia. So even assuming it has full qualia and can feel pleasure and joy and wonder and emotions we can't even imagine, potentially the lesson of pain asymptolia is it can still turn off pain, right? And that's one among many examples, in a way, a small example of a way that the experience of a super intelligent mind could be very qualitatively different than ours. Because once you get rid of pain, what other possibilities does that afford for new mental structures to self-organize and grow? And in organisms without physical or mental pain, all this fighting for resources and scarcity, how does that transmogrify among creatures that don't feel hurt? I mean, we have a hard time envisioning that. Maybe science fiction writers can try, and they'll probably get it wrong.
I have a question to Cosmo. With the circle of the, I think, era of universes and an era of information and nothing, and then another cycle again, different cycles. I was wondering, so if in some of if the universe cycle, the era of universe cycle, if some universes, right, and these universes, they don't make it through because the AGI might go bad or unfriendly and then destroy humanity at least. But then others will make it through, right, probably, and in which there's going to be like a friendly AI, which everything works out well. So as long as the friendly ones can get into the next cycle, it's supposed to be okay. So then it doesn't matter at all if the AI that's created is friendly or not, because it's just one part of a circle that goes on again and again and again. Like, isn't it like it's not really an optimistic view, but it says it doesn't really matter if it's just one part of the circle and it's gonna go on.
Well, as you know, the reality in the nature is higher level, low level. The same applies to customers. Customers, there are many customers in place. There is only one B, nothing. So ultimately, very deeply, it's a deal between being and nothingness. I suggested to read the Sargon book, Being and Nothingness. Or either it's different ballgame, but it helps. But we're talking about a very, very long period of time. It's not any longer than Google, which is one power company. Yes, there will be many failed startups. So if, let's say, referring again to string theory, they believe there are many dimensional space-time. When it's not coming to our normal four-dimensional structures, it may fail one way or another. So when a very successful reality can come into the existence, which will come from multi-dimensional to four-dimensional. But his anthropic principle should apply, because if a super intelligent life, now I'm talking about super intelligent life, very high intelligent life will survive many circles, not the big one. It's a circle of samsara, as the Buddhists say, with the end of Mahapralaya, they say, like destructions of everything, and then the reborn again from nothingness. It's a separate topic, it's very philosophical. It's not religion, it's more philosophical. So I would say the level of success, it's not just like in a lottery. You may say, okay, 1 trillion, 1 billion universes will come with the right chemistry. Cosmism suggests that the probability of such events is close to zero. So it should be some kind of intervention of super intelligent life. I would say kind of a general intervention. It's not the divine intervention when they created the God created the world of the universe. But it's kind of a right kick to the right direction. So then the lottery will have a much better chance.
I'm a musician, it's a fascinating discussion. But I think the stuff that this gentleman is saying, one way back there, a super intelligent, we're talking about this super intelligent life form over the grid of current economic system, capitalism. You know, so let's say the company that you're working for, they're paying different people, you know, the same function and, you know, they're not sharing the technology. We're talking about this stuff as if the intelligent people have access to this technology. The people that don't have material access to this technology, well, they're not intelligent and they're not necessarily going to be, well, they're not necessarily intelligent, but this new super intelligent form of life is, you know, these people are going to be kind of left out. But I would kind of think that, you know, the first thing that a developing super intelligent form of life would do is probably get rid of this material system that we have now. Why, you know, why are people being paid differently? Why are goods and services being, you know, hogged by certain individuals and certain technology hogged by individuals? So I don't know, maybe we might not really think about this new super intelligent new form that's coming in, because a lot of the stuff that's happening now, we're looking at it through that group. I mean, even what you're talking about having music where it blocks out the rational processes so it opens you up to other things. The cultures that did that kind of lost out with the current system we have now. They're kind of colonized or semi-extinguished. So we should really think about, you know, this new, what this new superintelligence might be, because maybe, I don't know, we might not like it. I mean, I guess you might not like it so much. I mean, it's you know, things would probably be taken away, or, you know, I mean, it's, you know, I mean, just looking at this now, we have a grid of just the economic and social stuff that's hard to really pull us up out of it, I think.
Well, first, I believe we're talking about some kind of distant future, it's not for tomorrow. When the super intelligent lives will be in the horizon, will be very different. So we're going to have ethical values, society will be dramatically different. Our ideas of the freedom of personality will change. And secondly, we will have personal choice. You don't want to go to stay on Earth. That's very simple.
I don't think a lot of us have the patience to wait however many millennia to make these decisions. But if I'm having these discussions in what I can say, I mean, I've always considered academia to be rather strange and rarefied bubble. I've interfaced with it at different times, usually ran away screaming after a little bit of time there. And it's possible that these discussions are very abstract and very idealistic and completely ungrounded in what I again call the growing reality. The fact is, it doesn't take a super intelligence, it doesn't take much intelligence at all to look at the world and say, here's how much wealth there is, here's how many people there is, why is there minimum income, why is there minimum rights for healthcare or food or education. It's very simple, but you know, you can't maintain control unless somebody's wanting something that somebody else has, and the powers of commerce are designed to get everybody just thinking now about monetization in the most picayune way, and of course destroys creativity. And whether we want to even talk about that here and now is another issue. Maybe it's better to set aside at a time where we say, no, let's not think about what's real. Let's be utopian, let's be futuristic, let's be cosmic. And then after we walk out the door, there's no air conditioning, and we say, okay, now this other reality comes into focus. We have to think about what do we do in 15 minutes, or what do we do in a day or a month or a year, not in 20 Google Plus years.
Well, I would say, while Vlad and I share a cosmist philosophy, I'm among the cosmists who don't think superintelligence is millennia in the future. I tend to think more like Ray Kurzweil, who thinks, within 1 or 2 decades, we can create AIs with the same general intelligence as humans. In my own OpenCog project, we're going to be doing the next 7 to 10 years. And then within a decade or two of that AGI will reprogram itself and become more and more and more intelligent. And by that point, of course, we can't foresee the details anymore, how fast it becomes super intelligent. But I personally, and many of my colleagues agree, we think it can be done in decades or this century, not millennia from now. But that doesn't solve the social issues that you mentioned, which are significant. There's a lot of unknowns there. But of course, the social issues do look different if superintelligence is coming in 2040 or 2070 versus in 10,000 or something, right? That does give a different dimension to the confusions there.
Yeah, I just wanted to share, there's an exercise we do at Singularity University, which is very interesting about future projections, and then about whether you are positive or pessimistic. So we were brought out to the parking lot, and then every single question or prediction that shared, the person, each individual will walk to different corners that represent whether it's positive or pessimistic, any degree of strong or weakness. And then every single question you will see people walking around, which is really interesting, and maybe something interesting to you guys experiment in the future. And what's really interesting is you will tend to see some people, they just stay sort of in that middle part, or in that same corner. And there's a few people always at the bottom of the corner, which is very interesting. And then the other thing that I wanted to mention is in our Beijing panel, at Humanity Plus Beijing, where Ben and Michael organized, there's a panel on specific with the human limited value because of automation. And we have, there's an expert in automation and there's an economist who had, interesting argument about that, which is videotaped, you guys can look it up. The other thing, there was an NPR debate. I don't know if you guys heard about it. Jim Hughes and Martin, what's the last name? Was there, and then I forgot to Chris's name. But I was driving, I didn't hear the end of it. But it would be interesting for that debate, because it was hosted by NPR, right? It was really interesting. There's always different dimensions of argument. And my personal attitude is like, regardless, it's going to happen. You better be prepared. And then which is good that we're doing these kind of discussions with people not aware.
The issue, what your story about the Singularity University brings to mind is the possibility that those of us who are optimistic about the future of AI and humanity may be that way largely because we simply are optimistic by nature in our brain chemistry. And people who are pessimistic about the future of AI and the singularity may just have pessimistic and depressive neurochemistry, and in the end, none of us knows what the hell is going to happen. So we project our own emotions and ideas on the future. But even if so, at least it's interesting. We have to do something with our time. Yeah.
I think the issue that Reggie was bringing up about implementing it on the existing system, this issue has come up directly and indirectly over and over today. I think that there are two threads of discussion. There's more than two, but there are two prominent ones today. One of them was a thread which said technological acceleration is bringing this on, and as Ben said, and I happen to be one of those who agree with Ben, I think it's coming in 20 years. There's nothing really that can stop it short of planetary cataclysm. If we really, really screw ourselves up, if we have nuclear war, if we have a biological catastrophe, or an asteroid hits us, it's probably going to happen. Unless we do something else, like Arthur C. Clarke said that the reason we weren't where he thought we would be, and where Kubrick thought we would be in 2001 is because the U.S. entered the Vietnam War. And we blew a bucket load of resources. The U.S. blew a bucket load of resources and screwed things up so badly for the planet. And that we slowed ourselves down from all of the advances that Kubrick and Clarke thought we would have gotten to by that point. So I think in the next 20 to 30 years, we'll see a lot of these advances and how they then can break through certain hurdles of resource scarcity is the key thing. And there were a lot of different voices today about whether resource scarcity could be overcome or wouldn't. And then resource scarcity on our planet versus resource scarcity on literally a cosmological scale. We even talked about aliens killing aliens because the concept of technological acceleration could be seen to outstrip the boundaries of solar systems and star systems and even galaxies, right? So there was a big scale shift in terms of that. There's also a philosophical question about how these elements overlay the reality that we find ourselves in, which is much less pragmatic than the trajectory I just went down. It's much less pragmatic, although we'd like to align itself with those pragmatisms. It's much less pragmatic. So I think that you're seeing the kind of artifacts of the panel discussion, some of which were dealing with pragmatics, and some of which were really speculative about real technology, and some of which were really speculative about basically philosophical problems of mind.
Yeah, just a quick comment on your point on timing. I mean, I think what we're seeing with AI now is that it's extremely economically valuable within the current economic system. And that's one reason I think we're not going to see the kind of counterintuitive slowdown that you're referring to. I mean, space didn't happen as fast, space colonization didn't happen as fast as people thought because there was no money in it, right? And for better and for worse, companies are seeing there's a lot of money in AI now. So I think we will see accelerating progress because it's serving. AI advance is serving the interests that control the world in the short term, even though in the medium term it may utterly subvert them by obsoleting the money economy and doing all sorts of crazy things.
We just a quick note. Two more comments. We actually have to vacate the building in 10 minutes.
It's about the money economy at work again.
So, two more quick comments.
Yes, it's just, I was wondering, there's so many interesting projects and so many chapters to work on, right? Yeah, like you said, that we have so many problems right now, right, without this, redistribution and everything. But then there's also this great cosmological kind of like promise, and there's obviously a lot of happiness or a lot of suffering potential in the future. So how do you prioritize? I mean, like there's a project called the Human Project, I'm not sure if you're aware of it, and it tries to bring horizontal existentialism and tries to see how you could pragmatically try to overcome them somehow. I think that's interesting, but then I think, well, these other problems that we have in society right now are also really important. So what to do? What to do first?
I've actually, I've gotten really into the effective altruism movement. I don't know if you've heard that. But one of their main priorities is like artificial intelligence and that sort of thing, preventing disaster with that because that can wipe out humanity. But they also look at like more pressing like recent problems and prioritize like companies that address that well and do that kind of without much harm or loss. So I think that's a good answer to that sort of question. I'm sure they have other ideas.
Let's get the last word.
So, it sounds like we've kind of got a relatively negative view on the future of humanity. If we're saying that 20 to 30 years we're going to get to AGI, super intelligence, no one's really painted a very optimistic outlook for humanity. So imagine you're all sat at the UN General Assembly with all the world leaders around you. You have their ear. What would you say to them? Should we stop trying to prevent wars? When should we stop trying to tackle terrorism or disease? Or when should we ban childbirth?
Well, I mean, I've actually talked to at least one national leader about AGI in the future, which was the Prime Minister of Kazakhstan, who is very interested in all these issues and is aware of AGI, mind uploading, life extension, and such. And I mean, his view, from what I understood it, in his job as a national leader is, he thinks a singularity will happen, and that's in a way beyond the scope of his job. Like once the singularity occurs, humanity and the money economy are obsoleted, and there are nano and femto assemblers everywhere. Then he's sort of done, right? So that, I mean, what he's concerned with is how his country, from now till 2045, 2050 or so, because he's a fan of Kurzweil's vision, how his country can flourish during the transition period, and which for him has to do with, you know, shifting from being an oil-based economy and gas and mining-based economy to being an advanced tech and software and knowledge and creativity-based economy. So his view was more like, this is going to happen. The transition period is what I need to worry about. And I think probably most good political leaders, which may be a small subset, would have a similar view, because their job is to do what they can have some influence over. And once you got superhuman minds at play, that's beyond his control. No, that's predicated on him having a sort of Kurzweilian view, like he doesn't think he's going to stop the singularity, nor would he really want to, because he personally wants to become immortal and superhuman.
I mean, I think this singularity is definitely coming even sooner than 20 to 30 years down the line. If you look at kind of the acceleration of computers, even during like the Vietnam War and technology just generally, like during wars, people are researching nuclear bombs and all that sort of thing. So I definitely agree that even like the US president, if he's going to be around for the next 4 years, it's going to affect us dramatically. Technology. The Trumpularity is near. Yeah, the Trumpularity. I don't mind it coming, honestly. I mean, it's going to be disastrous, but I think a lot will happen more quickly than if Hillary was in charge.
I wasn't kidding about the 7 o'clock cutoff time, so I think the very last word, and then we finally wrap up.
I was just going to say that I don't think we're going to open the news one day and say we're going to see headlines the singularity has occurred. For all intents and purposes, just thinking about it is evidence that the process has begun. And it's, you know, the question is how long the arc is and how it's manifested. It may, again, as we're talking about, like the weather, we may not even be aware of it.
Yeah.
And all we can do is ride the wave and put our input wherever we can and hope that that has a positive influence.
Absolutely. So I want to invite everyone to participate in a survey on the future of AI that my dad and I created. If you look at the webpage for the AGI conference, which is shown there, agi-conf.org 2016. If you slide to the right on the menu, there's a link survey. And we had a bunch of researchers at the AGI conference go through a Google form here and fill it out. It will be interesting to have some of you guys contribute your opinions also. And now just let me thank one final time Ed Keller, my old college friend and a thought leader. And this has been just a really intriguing day for me. I mean, the combination of futurist AI geeks with such deep intellectual thinkers and accomplished artists is something I actually haven't seen happen before, and it's been a very intriguing meeting of the minds. So we will certainly do it again sometime. Could be next year, could be the year after, but maybe we can focus on politics and call it Occupy the Future. All right.
Thank you, Ben. Also, thanks to Regina Flores-Mir and Carlotta Aoun, who worked with us today. And then we had an incredible support team from the AV department and the IT department, not only today, but over the past 4 days and 5 days. And thank you, everybody, for journeying. Some of you probably were at the HLAI event for 4 days. And so this is 5 days of intense stuff. So thanks. Cheers.